late May after setting one of the lowest readings on record. Long-term inflation expectations improved after the U.S. and China stepped back from imposing staggering new tariffs. That said, the Consumer Sentiment Index is running about 20 points below last year's monthly average. It started to tank just after Inauguration Day. Vinny Dell, Judice, Bloomberg Radio.
EchoStar, that is the wireless and pay TV operator controlled by billionaire Charlie Ergen, has skipped an interest payment because of uncertainty about a regulatory probe. EchoStar received a letter from the FCC earlier this month disclosing a review of compliance with federal obligations to provide 5G services. Ticker SATS as in satellite. Right now we've got EchoStar down by 10.3%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Charlie Pellet, thank you so much. We appreciate that. We have John Tucker sitting in for Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio. And we are streaming live on YouTube as well. Coming up in just a couple of moments, Amazon Web Services, AWS, the folks in the know. The CEO there, Mark Garman, he's going to be speaking with Bloomberg Television anchor Ed Ludlow. That's in just a couple of minutes. And Johnny, take a look at Amazon.com. It's got a $2.2 trillion market cap. I haven't seen the Wall Street research on this, but I'm going to say certainly more than 50% of the value of that company isn't Amazon.com, the retail stuff that we all grew up with. It's their cloud business, Amazon Web Services.
And you got to wonder, they're also under regulatory threat as well from, so you got to wonder what's going to be happening on that front.
Yeah, it's a competitive business. I mean, when you think about the cloud business, it's a great business. It's a growing business. The numbers are staggering. You talk to Mandeep Singh or Anurag Rana from Bloomberg Intelligence, and they throw around these huge numbers about the cloud and how it's growing. And it's Amazon Web Services, Microsoft, Google. Those are kind of the three big players, but a lot of other players are in it as well. But it's a huge business. AWS, it's just a huge business for them. And very profitable. You think about on the Comcast.com, the Amazon.com, the retail stuff that you and I click on all the time. That's very low margin business like most of retail is. But boy, the web services business, the cloud business is super profitable. And it just really popped their profitability over the last 10 years.
And what's the future right now? What is the big focus with that?
I think the cloud, people are the cloud, Amazon Web Services, Facebook, they're looking at those as a way to play artificial intelligence, a way to play AI. They're the big hyperscalers kind of cranking it up, and they're stepping up their CapEx. And the street likes it. The street says, yeah, you want to put more money into your cloud business? That's fine, because we see the returns that you're able to generate off it. So Amazon.com off about 0.8% today. It's off at 7% year to date. That's very interesting. You don't see that on reports very often. Trailing 12-month basis up about 15% here. So again, $2.2 trillion market cap. Just extraordinary. So coming up, we're going to bring you Mark Garman. He is Amazon Web Services. He's the CEO over there. And he's speaking with Bloomberg Television anchor Ed Ludlow, talking about the future of AWS and the cloud. Let's take a listen right now.
Welcome to our Bloomberg radio and television audiences worldwide. We go right now to a conversation with Matt Garman, AWS CEO. Matt, it's good to catch up. It has been basically 1 year that you've been in the role as AWS CEO. As a place to start, what has been the biggest achievement in that time for AWS?
Thanks for having me on. It's nice to be here again. It's been a fantastic year of innovation. It's really been incredible. And as I look out there, one of the things that I've been most excited about is how fast our customers are innovating and adopting many of the new technologies that we have. And as you think about customers that are on this cloud migration journey, many of them have been doing that for over the last several years. But this year in particular, that we've really seen an explosion of AI technologies, of agentic technologies, and increasingly we're seeing more and more customers move their entire estates into the cloud and AWS. So it's been really fun to see. It's been an incredible pace of technology, and it's been a really fun first year.
The moment that investors kind of sat up and paid attention was when Amazon said that its AI business was at a multi-billion-dollar run rate in terms of sales. What we don't understand as well is what proportion of that is AWS infrastructure.
Yeah, that is AWS, right? And so the key is that's a mix of customers running their own models. Some of that is on Amazon Bedrock, which is our own hosted models, where we have first-party models like Amazon Nova, as well as many of the third-party models like Anthropic's models. And some of those are applications, things like Amazon Q, which helps people do automated software development, as well as a host of other capabilities. And so there's a mix of that. And I think part of the most interesting thing about being at a multi-billion-dollar run rate is we're at the very earliest stages of how AI is going to completely transform every single customer out there. And we talk to customers and we look at where the technology landscape is, and we firmly believe that every single business, every single industry, and really every single job is going to be fundamentally transformed by AI. And I think we're starting to see the stages of that. But again, we're just at the very earliest stages of, I think, what's going to be possible. And so that multi-billion-dollar business that we have today is really just the start.
Can you give me a generative AI revenue number?
For the world? Or for AWS?
For you guys, for AWS, maybe Amazon as a whole.
Yeah, like I said, we are in multiple billions of dollars, and that's for customers using AWS. We also use lots of generative AI inside of Amazon for a wide range of things. We use it to optimize our fulfillment centers. We use it when you go to the retail site to summarize reviews or to help customers find products in a faster and more interesting way. We use AI in Alexa, in our new Alexa Plus offering, where we conversationally talk to customers through the Alexa interface and help them accomplish things through voice that they were never able to do before. So every single aspect of what Amazon does leverages AI, and our customers are exactly the same. Customers are looking to AWS to completely change, whether it's their contact centers through something like Amazon Connect, where it shows AI capabilities so that you don't have to go program it, all the way down to our custom chips or NVDA processors or anything where customers at the metal are building their own models. We have the whole range of people that are building AI on top of AWS, as well as Amazon themselves.
We always credit AWS as being number one hyperscaler, but just what you said there about what the clients are using from the silicon level through to capacity, it would really help if you could proportionately tell me what percentage of workloads are being run for training and which proportion of workloads are being run for inference.
Sure. And that changes over time. I think, look, as we progress over time, more and more of the AI workloads are being inference. I'd say in the early stages of AI and generative AI, a lot of the usage was dominated by training as people were building these very large models with small amounts of usage. Now, the models are getting bigger and bigger, but the usage is exploding at a rapid rate. And so I expect that over the fullness of time, 80%, 90%, the vast majority of usage is going to be in inference out there. And really, and just for all those out there, inference, it really is how AI is embedded in the applications that everybody uses. And so as we think about our customers building, there's a small number of people who are going to be building these models, but everyone out there is going to use inference as a core building block in everything they do. And every application is going to have inference, and already is starting to see inference built in to every application. And we think about it as just the new building block. It's just like compute, it's just like storage, it's just like a database. Inference is a core building block. And so as you talk to people who are building new applications, they don't think about it as AI is over here and my application is over here. They really think about AI is embedded in the experience. And so it's increasingly, I think it's going to be difficult for people to say what part of your revenue is going to be driven by AI. It's just part of the application that you're building, and it's going to be a core part of that experience. And it's going to deliver lots of benefits from efficiency, from capabilities, and from user experience for all sorts of applications and industries.
But present day, it's fair to say majority is still training?
No, I think that at this point, definitely more usage is inference than training.
We want to welcome our radio and television audiences around the world. We're speaking to AWS CEO Matt Garman, who officially next week celebrates 1 year in that role leading AWS. A new metric that has been discussed, particularly this earnings season, we discussed it with NVIDIA CEO Jensen Huang this week, is token growth and tokenization. Has AWS got a metric to share on that front?
I don't have any metrics to share on that front, but I think it's one of the measures that we can look at is the numbers of tokens that are being served out there, but it's not the only one. And I increasingly think that people are going to be thinking about these things differently. Tokens are a particularly interesting thing to look at when you're thinking about text generation, but not all things are created equal. I think particularly as you think about AI reasoning models, the input and output tokens don't necessarily talk about the work that's being done. And increasingly, you're seeing models that can do work for a really long period of time before they output tokens. And so you're having these models that can sometimes think for hours at a time, right? You might ask these things to go and actually do research on your behalf. They can go out to the internet, they can pull information back, they can synthesize, they can redo things. If you think about coding and Q developer, we're seeing lots of coding where it goes and actually reasons and does iterations and iterations and improves on itself, looks at what it's done, and then eventually outputs the end result. And so at some point, kind of the final output token is not really the best measure of how much work is being done. If you think about images, if you think about videos, there's a lot of content that's being created and a lot of thought that's being done. So tokens are one aspect of it, and it's an interesting measure, but I don't think it's the only measure to look at, although they are rapidly increasing.
Project Rainier, massive custom server design project.
Yeah.
What is the operational status and latest on Project Rainier?
Yeah, so we're incredibly excited about. So Project Rainier is a collaboration that we have with our partners at Anthropic to build the largest compute cluster that they'll use to train their next generation of their Claude models. And Anthropic has the very best models out there today. Claude 4 just launched, I think it was last week, and it's been getting incredible adoption out there from our customer base. Anthropic is going to be training their next version of their model on top of Trainium 2, which is Amazon's custom-built accelerator processors, purpose-built for AI workloads. And we're building one of the largest clusters ever released. It's an enormous cluster, more than 5 times the size of the cluster compared to the last one that they trained on, which again is the world's leading model. So we're super excited about that. We're landing Trainium 2 servers now, and they're already in operation, and Anthropic is already using parts of that cluster. And so super excited about that. And the performance that we're seeing out of Trainium 2 continues to be very impressive and really pushes the envelope, I think, on what's possible, both from an absolute performance basis as well as a cost performance and scale basis. I think some of those are equally going to be really important as we move forward in this world. Because today, much of the feedback you get is that AI is still too expensive. The costs are coming down pretty aggressively, and it's still too expensive. And so we think there's a number of things that need to happen there. Innovation on the silicon level is one of those things that needs to help bring the cost down, as well as innovation on the software side and algorithmic side, so that you have to use less compute per unit of inference or training. So all of those are important to bring that cost down, to make it more and more possible for AI to be used in all of the places that we think that it will be over time.
Matt, on Wednesday, NVIDIA CEO Jensen Huang summarized inference demand for me. I just wanted to play you that soundbite.
Sure.
Well, we got a whole bunch of engines firing right now. The biggest one, of course, is the reasoning AI inference. The demand is just off the charts. You see the popularity of all these AI services now.
Your pitch for Trainium 2, and as you know, I've kind of taken apart the server design and looked at it, is the efficiency and cost efficiency relative to NVIDIA tech. Are you seeing that same demand Jensen outlined for Trainium 2 outside of the relationship with Anthropic?
Yeah, look, we're seeing it across a number of different places, but it's not really Trainium 2 versus NVIDIA, and I think that's not really the right way to think about it. I think there's plenty of room. The opportunity in this space is massive. It's not one versus the other. We think that there's plenty of room for both of these, and Jensen and I speak about this all the time, that NVIDIA is an incredibly fantastic platform. They've built a really strong platform that's useful and is the leading platform for many, many applications out there. And so we are incredible design partners with them. We make sure that we have the latest NVIDIA technology for everyone, and we continue to push the envelope on what's possible with all of the latest NVIDIA capabilities. And we think there's room for Trainium and other technologies as well, and we're really excited about that. And so we have many of the leading AI labs are incredibly excited about using Trainium 2 and really leaning into the benefits that you get there. But for a long time, these things are going to be living in concert together. And I think there's plenty of room, and customers want choice. At the end of the day, customers don't want to be forced into using one platform or the other. They'd love to have choice, and our job at AWS is to give customers as much choice as possible.
What is general availability of NVIDIA GB200 for AWS, and have you, I guess, launched Grace Blackwell-backed instances yet?
Yes, yeah. So we've launched our, they would call them P6 instances, and so those are available in AWS today. And customers are using them and liking them, and the performance is fantastic. So those are available today. We're continuing to ramp capacity. We work very closely with the NVIDIA team to aggressively ramp capacity, and demand is strong for those P6 instances. But customers are able to go and test those out today, and like I said, we're ramping capacity incredibly fast all around the world and in our various different regions.
Matt, what is your attitude to Claude Anthropic's model being available elsewhere on Azure Foundry, for example?
Great. I mean, that's okay too. I think many of our customers make their applications available in different places, and we understand that various different customers want to use capabilities in different areas and different clouds. Our job is to make AWS, and this is what we do, is to make AWS the best place to run every type of workload, and that includes Anthropic Claude models, but it includes a wide range of things. And frankly, that's why we see big customers migrating over to AWS. Take somebody like a Mondelez, who's really gone all in with AWS and moved some of their workloads to there. One of the reasons is that they see that we have capabilities, sometimes using AI, by the way, in order to really help them optimize their costs and have the most available, most secure platform. In Mondelez's case, they're taking many of their legacy Windows platforms and transforming them into Linux applications and saving all of that licensing costs. But we have many customers who are doing that, and so our job is to make AWS by far the most technically capable platform that has the most and widest set of services, and that's what we do. But I'm perfectly happy for other people to use. Like, it's great that Claude's making their services available elsewhere, and we see the vast majority of that usage happening in AWS though.
Will we see OpenAI models on AWS this year?
Well, just like, we encourage all of our partners to be able to be available elsewhere, I'd love for others to take that same tack.
Let's end it with this. A question from the audience, actually, which is where you're going to grow data center capacity around the world. I got a lot of questions from Latin America and Europe in particular, where Jensen flies to next week.
Yeah, great. So in Latin America, we're continuing to expand our capacity pretty aggressively. Actually, earlier this year, we launched our Mexico region, which has been really well received by customers, and we've announced a new region in Chile. And we already have, and for many years, have had a region in Brazil, which is quite popular and has many of the largest financial institutions in South America running there. So across Central and South America, we are continuing to rapidly expand. In Europe, we're expanding as well. We have many regions already in Europe. One of the things I'm most excited about, actually, is at the end of this year, we're going to be launching the European Sovereign Cloud, which is a unique capability that no one has, which is completely designed for critical EU-focused sovereign workloads. And we think, given some of the concerns that folks have around data sovereignty, particularly for government workloads as well as regulated workloads, we think that's going to be an incredibly popular opportunity for everybody.
Matt Garman, AWS CEO, thank you very much.
All right, there you go. That was Bloomberg Television's Ed Ludlow speaking with AWS CEO Matt Garman, talking about the growth of the cloud business in conjunction, particularly nowadays with AI. And I think the takeaway, John, is for Amazon Web Services, all forward here, all steam ahead.
AI is here to stay, and it's just at the very, very beginning, and it will control your life, is my takeaway.
Exactly right. So in AWS, Amazon, they're right at the forefront there. All right, let's switch gears. Finish up here strong here, and can you just get the latest on what's happening up with our friends at Harvard here? They obviously are within the sights of President Trump on a whole host of issues. Brooke Sutherland joins us here. She's the Boston bureau chief. She's also the author of the Industrial Strength newsletter for Bloomberg News. She's up in Boston. Brooke, what's the latest? It seems like Harvard's getting a reprieve from the courts here. Where do we stand on the various issues?
Sure, and there are many issues that Harvard is dealing with right now from the Trump administration. You know, they just had commencement yesterday, and President Alan Garber got a really, resounding round of applause, which made for quite the contrast with last year when there were actually protests at the graduation ceremony over the way in which Harvard had handled, some of the reactions on campus to the attack on Israel in 2023. And so, we're seeing Harvard work its way through this. In terms of the legal challenges that it's facing, it was actually had a court hearing at the same time as graduation in Boston, where the judge granted a reprieve, a longer lasting reprieve to this ban on international student enrollment, which Harvard has argued would be absolutely devastating and is unfounded based on the Trump administration's claims.
If I'm an international student at Harvard, what am I doing right now? What should I be doing?
I think that's really still an open question, and I think a lot of international students are trying to figure out exactly what they should do, and that's been one of the points that Harvard has made, is that even with a reprieve from this ban, there's still so much uncertainty, and the ramifications of that for its student population are just huge. You have students trying to figure out if they'll have a place to come back to at Harvard in the fall, and if they don't have a place, they have to figure out how to transfer, and these are not easy questions to answer, and I think we're interested in understanding better how different international students are dealing with this. But right now, I think there's just a lot of paralysis and so much uncertainty.
There is a lot of uncertainty around the dollars and cents here for Harvard. The freeze in funding. What do we know about the actual cost to Harvard here from the freeze in federal funding?
Well, we know that more than $2.6 billion in funding has been cut off that primarily supported research work. The Trump administration has also moved to cancel about $100 million of contracts with Harvard. And, there are a lot of meaningful projects that are getting caught in between this feud. Research on ALS, on the effects of radiation on the human body and ways in which to mitigate that, which is something that's going to be very important if we have ambitions of putting people on Mars, which both Trump and Elon Musk have said is something that they would like to do. And so you're seeing, a lot of these projects really get caught in the middle. And then in terms of financial impact on Harvard, the biggest threats are, what Trump has talked about in terms of possibly revoking Harvard's tax-exempt status. The bill that passed the House of Representatives also includes a really significant endowment tax that would hit Harvard, as well as MIT, particularly hard. And then, of course, the ban on international students really gets at the heart of their financial well-being, which is tuition, because most international students tend to pay full freight to go to Harvard.
All right, Brooke, thank you for that update there. There's a lot of balls up in the air in Cambridge, Massachusetts for Harvard and others, but it seems like Harvard's in the sights for
You thought it was a quiet Friday, didn't
Exactly. No, I'm running out of here.
way.
Brooke Sutherland, Boston Bureau Chief and author of Industrial Strength Newsletter for Bloomberg News up in Boston. All right, for our listeners in the U.S., a reminder, you can listen to us via satellite radio on Sirius XM Channel 121. Access the world's only global audio business network, coast to coast, 24 hours a day. Bloomberg Radio on Sirius XM Channel 121 is presented by ShipStation. Stay with us. The top stories and global business headlines are coming up right now.
News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Steve Kathan. The U.S. Supreme Court rules President Trump will be allowed to end humanitarian parole for more than 500,000 people from 4 countries. Legal analyst Lori Levinson says it means they could be deported.
It is a significant move by the Trump administration to try to end these humanitarian parole programs and immediately deport what are hundreds of thousands of people who came to the United States seeking some safety, were allowed in under the Biden program, which now Trump is ending.
President Trump says Elon Musk will join him later today in the Oval Office for what amounts to a send-off. CBS's Natalie Brand.
A senior administration official says that Musk is leaving on good terms. Again, we've been talking about his time is up because he was designated as a special government employee. So while his official role is coming to an end, it's possible we might still see him as an unofficial advisor. That remains to be seen.
CBS's Christopher Cruz tells us Musk's company SpaceX has had its Starship rocket grounded by the FAA.
The Starship Flight 9 mission launched Tuesday night from Starbase, Texas, after back-to-back explosions in earlier launches. SpaceX had hoped to release a series of mock satellites, but a door failed to open all the way. The spacecraft began spinning, and the first stage booster ended up in the Gulf of Mexico in pieces. The FAA says it will oversee the SpaceX-led investigation and will approve any final report.
President Trump accused China today of violating a deal to roll back tariffs and restrictions for critical materials, minerals that is. CBS's Kelly O'Grady says a closely watched private survey indicates consumer confidence and sentiment bounced back this month.
The reason why it didn't go down is because in May we got a number of trade deals, or at least the hope of trade deals. There was that laying down of the arms between the U.S. and China on May 12th, as well as that UK trade deal, and you really saw a difference in the survey responses from before May 12th to after May 12th, but it wasn't enough to raise consumer sentiment, so basically it's just flat.
Deadly and destructive weather this morning southwest of Lexington, Kentucky. Timothy Graves is an official in Washington County.
We got a small, we think, a tornado. Weather Service will have to confirm that. We had 2 houses that were totally destroyed, 7 people injured, and 1 fatality at this time.
First public appearance today for former President Biden since his cancer diagnosis at a Memorial Day event in Delaware.
To the Gold Star families, thank you, thank you, thank you.
Wall Street, the Dow is down 80 points. This is CBS News. Popular candy has been recalled overseas.
Haribo has issued a recall of its Happy Cola Fizz gummies in the Netherlands because they were found to be tainted with cannabis. According to the Netherlands Food and Consumer Product Safety Authority, several people there got sick and reported feeling dizzy after eating them. So far, the contamination seems to be contained to only packs in the Netherlands and not found in any sent to the U.S. or elsewhere. Haribo is working with police now to investigate how it happened. Stacey Lynn, CBS News.
Bernard Carrick, the New York City Police Commissioner on 9/11, has died at 69. He was nominated to be Homeland Security Secretary in 2004, but withdrew. He also served time in prison for tax fraud, but was pardoned. The New York Times reports Robert Jarvik, the designer of the first artificial heart, has died. He was 79. Steve Kathan, CBS News.
From the world of politics to the world of business, this is Balance of Power. Live from Washington, D.C.
Welcome to Elon's Goodbye Party and the Friday edition, as Elon Musk marks his last day as leader of the Doge, complete with a presidential news conference in the Oval Office. We are joined by our friend Bloomberg's David Gura as we walk up to the big show that will happen before we're done here today. A federal appeals court allowing the Trump tariffs to stay in place, at least for now. We're going to see what the reverse taco here means for the markets with the stalwart, Bloomberg's Joe Weisenthal is with us later this hour. And as the Supreme Court rules, the Trump administration can, in fact, strip temporary legal status from about 500,000 migrants. We'll have analysis from our political panel on a big day in Washington. Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzana will be with us for the hour. After, of course, we touch Wall Street with our friend Charlie Pellet, live from New York on the markets. Charlie, how's it look?
Right now we are looking lower. Joe Matthew, by the way, great having you guys, the whole crew here in New York this week. We've got the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, all in the red. Renewed trade tensions weighing on sentiment. President Trump writing on his social media platform that China breached the truce negotiated earlier this month between the world's two largest economies without specifying how. Complete coverage throughout the day right here on Bloomberg. S&P down 20 now. That's a drop of 0.3%. The Dow down 31, lower by 0.1%. NASDAQ in the red, down 110, a drop there of 0.6%. This is the final trading day of the month. The Bloomberg Mag 7 index slumping by 0.7%. The 10-year 4.40%, with the 2-year 3.90%. Gold down $28 the ounce, down 0.9%. A retreat for crude, now down 1%, just above $60 a barrel, $60.33 on this Friday. And Bitcoin down $650 now, down 0.6%, 105,540 on Bitcoin. Ulta Beauty's first quarter sales, first quarter results topped Wall Street estimates. Ulta Beauty shares, they're up by 12.3%. Gap shares are slumping, now down by 20%. It reported a tariff impact of as much as $300 million. For on-demand news, 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now, wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash. Balance of Power continues right now. Once again, your host, here he is, Joe Matthew.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. To share the same space with Charlie Pellet, a great honor here at World Headquarters in New York. Thanks for joining us on the fastest show in politics on Bloomberg Radio, satellite radio, channel 121. On YouTube right now, you want to see what Charlie Pellet looks like? Search Bloomberg Business News Live, the voice of the New York subway. We're also on Bloomberg Originals, and I could keep going. I'll point you to the podcast a little bit later because you might need to rewind some of this today. There's a lot of moving parts in Washington, and so much of it surrounds Elon. The big goodbye party. Imagine you leave your job and the President of the United States brings you into the Oval Office for a news conference to talk about how well things went. 130 days, right? If you listen to this program, if you watch us on YouTube, you knew this would be the last day. We told you that months ago. We brought you into the cabinet room where it sure sounded like farewell. Donald Trump's been speaking in the past tense about Elon Musk. So what a ride. From cutting spending in the federal government to selling Teslas in the White House driveway, wielding a chainsaw at CPAC, and bringing his young son X before the media repeatedly. We remember the ways. Just ask President Trump.
And Elon, because he's not very busy, has agreed to head that task force. Be interesting. If he has the time, that'd be a good one to do it.
He likes this place. I can't get him out of here. He just likes this place.
President Trump has ceded the presidency to Elon Musk. No, that's not happening. But Elon's done an amazing job.
Elon can't do and won't do anything without our approval. And we'll give him the approval where appropriate. If there's a conflict, that we won't let him get near it. But he does have a good natural instinct.
Boy, we've come a long way, and big thanks to Elizabeth for the memories. What must be going through Elon Musk's mind as he reads the New York Times this morning, drilling down on his drug habit, the pill box that he apparently travels with. Some of the ideas that reporters have had that the receipts might not add up to the promises. It could be a chippy conversation. We're going to find out together. We'll bring you in the Oval Office. They tell us at least at 1:30 p.m. Eastern Time. In the meantime, we spend a bit of time with David Gura, Bloomberg's correspondent, host of the Big Take podcast, with me in studio, and it's a rare treat, David. It's great to see you. I don't know how many big takes you've actually put together that revolve around the story of Elon Musk, but you've been bumping into him covering politics as long as he's been in Washington, and much has been written about the scars that he's leaving town with. Has this been a good experience for him or not?
Perhaps we'll hear more about that today in the Oval Office as well. But you're right, and we cede some of this ground to our colleagues who produce the Elon Inc. podcast and really focus on the whole Elon apparatus. But we've seen him try to find his way around the nation's capital, obviously digging through data, the way that this bureaucracy works, and making really substantive changes. So he is leaving here after 130 days, having done a good deal. I mean, USAID is gone, subsumed in part by the State Department. So many employees let go as a result of the work that he and his colleagues at Doge did. And he's been a constant presence, yes, in the Oval Office, but in the cabinet room as well, at rallies with President Trump, as you mentioned, when those Teslas materialized on the White House lawn and President Trump decided to pick up one himself.
Yeah.
So he's played a very prominent role. And as we heard in that tape, there have been moments when it's been, shall we say, uneasy for this president, having to, I think, navigate dealing with somebody whose profile is so huge. He's somebody who's so widely recognized around the world. And that's, I think, a personal issue, a legal one as well, because, you know, a headline for this tenure at Doge is he running it or not? Is he the effective leader, or is he somebody who's really sort of guiding things behind the scene? He, of course, has been adamant that Doge will continue with that, almost meditative in that sense. Doge is bigger than one man and will continue.
Yeah, compared it to Buddhism. That's right. I don't quite understand, but, you know, Trump talks about the sacrifice that this guy could be doing anything. He's the richest guy in the world. He's sleeping in the office, for crying out loud, which was the case for a little while. The fact is, though, the real sacrifice was reputational, was it not?
And we've seen him reckon with that in recent days. Of course, he spoke with our colleague Michelle Hussein at the Qatar Economic Forum and with other reporters as well since then. And he's seen the share price of his car company go down, bounce up a little bit since he announced that he was finally going to be leaving government. But what stood out to me in that interview was the first question that Michelle asked, which was, how are you going to divide your time? How are you dividing your time? And he's somebody who's not just helming one company and doing this, but helming several of them and reporting to a board of directors and shareholders. And it has been something that's been an amazing thing to watch. But I think back, you asked how long I've been covering or dealing with Elon Musk as a reporter and a journalist.
Yeah.
This was something that came up before just in the context of his companies. How can a guy run Tesla and also have a hand in several other companies? The notion that he could be stretched too thin was something that preceded his time in government. So this is just added to that. And I think when you look at what his mandate is now, the mandate again by the board and shareholders, investors in his companies, it's a big one. It's to right not just one ship, but several on the private sector side.
Everyone's trying to get inside his personal life here, whether it's the children or the drug use or whatever it might be, his sleeping schedule. People want to know what makes him tick. And the New York Times had a heck of a story today. He's the chief executive officer of Tesla and SpaceX, traveled with a medication box that held about 20 pills. He was taking so much ketamine that it was affecting his bladder, according to the report. The White House didn't talk about this, and there are questions about whether he was supposed to be drug tested or something here, but this is ugly stuff, and you know he's going to be asked about it in the Oval today.
It's a big investigative piece. Megan Twohey, one of the reporters on this, is on the investigative team at the Times, and she, of course, was integral in the Harvey Weinstein story and won a Pulitzer Prize for that. And the other reporter, Kristen Grind, was in the Wall Street Journal before she came to the Times. She's done a lot of reporting on the tech sector broadly and on Elon Musk as well, and on his drug use previously. And he is somebody who has admitted to taking ketamine, he says, with a prescription, and that's what comes up in this piece as well. How much is he taking it in the guidelines of that prescription or more? You mentioned the Adderall. Let's just talk a bit about the drug use. What the Times is alleging here is this was happening on the campaign trail, and they admit they don't know if it's continued while he's been working in government. Then there's the other side of the story, which you allude to, which is just his personal life more broadly. And the Times says he has 14 children now, several ex-wives, been through divorces, has had children with women with whom he hasn't been in romantic partnerships. That is, as you say, a messy and sprawling story that we get some insight into here, but it plays to what we were talking about just a moment ago, which is the professional life of Elon Musk is a sprawling and busy one. It seems the personal one is too, and one wonders how distracting that's been, how distracting it continues to be for him as he again makes this transition from the White House back to the private sector.
So think of the office today. The Oval Office will he be standing near the desk with the president sitting? Do they drag a podium in there for him? Maybe they each take a turn. The optics here are beyond curious. And you've got to think the president said, what can I do to help you out, right? How about we set the record straight and bring the press in?
It's funny, you look at that post on Truth Social from the president, which is full of all kinds of clauses here. This is his last day, but not really, because he will always be with us, helping all the way. You get the sense this is going to be something like we saw when Nikki Haley left her post at the UN, for instance. A moment with these two people where they were kind of side by side, and there was a lot of praise for the other person. We'll see that. But it's a familiar tableau, getting back to your point. We've seen Elon Musk in the Oval Office for formal occasions before, yes, often with his 5-year-old son X there as well. For me, what's curious is the naming of this as a press conference, because, again, we've seen this over and over again, certainly with foreign leaders coming through the Oval Office or with Gretchen Whitmer. It's become the scene of spectacle in a way that it hasn't been before. But you're right to raise the question. This being labeled a press conference, what does that mean? Who's going to be taking the questions, and how wide-ranging is this going to be?
Yeah, it's going to be a tour de force. We're going to carry it live. I think we'll probably hear a lot of, who are you with?
Yeah, there you go.
When the questions arrive. But boy, you do wonder if it comes out on the other end here with regard to his companies. David Gura, the attempt to repair the reputation for Tesla alone could take years.
I think that's true, and I've heard that from folks who follow the company closely, and a lot of complaints about how the inventory, the cars they make, haven't advanced as much as you might think that they would have. There's still speculation about robotics in the cars and having this sort of taxi system. All of that seems rather pie in the sky as we can look at a company that kind of just needs to find its footing in a way that it had before. When I say before, it's not hard to kind of graft onto that, the before and after being when Elon Musk got into politics and before that.
Fascinating. Would you love to sit down with him?
I mean, I would imagine it's a tricky interview. Just watching Michelle do it.
Absolutely.
And then watching others do it as well. What's the approach? How is he going to behave? How much is it going to be about the media? I think it's bound to be tricky. Yeah, sure. I'd love to sit down with him, but I know that it would not be an easy undertaking, to say the least. Yeah.
He's the best we have. David Gura, I'm delighted you could come and see us, as always.
Nice to see you.
Right here in New York, everyone. The host of the Big Take podcast. Find it if you're not already subscribed on Apple, Spotify, whatever platform you like. You'll be better for it. The Stalwart is on the way in next. Joe Weisenthal. We're making the best out of being at world headquarters here as we get into the tariffs and the tacos on the fastest show in politics. This is Bloomberg.
It's 12:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. Stocks lower, a solid month for the U.S. equity market, ending on a weak note as President Trump said China, quote, totally violated a tariff agreement, spelling fresh turmoil for the president's trade agreement. Today, we've got the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all lower right now. S&P on this final trading day of May down 29 points, drop there of 0.5%. The Dow lower by 74, down 0.2%. NASDAQ down 155, a drop there of 0.8%. 10-year at 4.40% with a 2-year 3.90%. Gold right now at $32.90 the ounce. Gold, the precious metal, down 0.8%. West Texas NVDA crude down 1.3%, 60.18 for a barrel of WTI. Bitcoin now down by 0.9%, holding above $105,000 at $105,200 on Bitcoin. Palantir shares are pushing higher up now by roughly 5%, putting the stock on track for a record close after the New York Times reported that the Trump administration has expanded the data analysis software company's work across the federal government in recent months. Again, Palantir right now climbing by 4.7%. Recapping, stocks lower, S&P down 32, now down 0.5%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. And Balance of Power continues now. Once again, your host, here he is, Joe Matthew.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. And thank you for joining us on Balance of Power here on Bloomberg Radio, satellite radio, channel 121, and on YouTube. It's a good time to do this, by the way, because Joe Weisenthal is coming up next. Search Bloomberg Business News Live to catch our live stream from today, New York. It's one of the great treats of being here whenever I have the opportunity to come to world headquarters, to come to the big city. You got to get a good pastrami sandwich. And you're really lucky if you get to spend some time with the stalwart. Joe Weisenthal, Bloomberg Executive Editor for Digital News. You have like a big title like that.
No, it's not. You know what? Actually, can I take this moment?
Yeah.
I've been trying to excise this aspect of my bio for and I keep finding random databases where that's stuck in and then it disappears. I'm just the co-host of the Outlaws podcast.
That's right. And band leader.
And I'm one of the singers for the...
And band leader.
And I'm one of the singers for the country music band Lightsweet Crew.
Sure are. I love that.
Yeah.
You're the Telecaster in the lineup at Bloomberg.
That's right. That's right. The Telly. Someone else plays the Strat. Someone else plays the Gibson. I play the Telly.
Fantastic. Well, it's great to see you, and I'm delighted you could come in. We always learn something when we spend some time with Joe, and yes, the podcast is called Odd Lots, but you probably know that because you subscribe to it. There's this idea of the taco trade has fascinated a lot of us, and I wonder if, because the best thing about you is you don't care about a lot of the stuff that we care about. You're really coming at this from the market's perspective, so I can ask you if that's real or not.
So what I would say is that it does feel like every headline about trade, period, is taken less seriously than the last headline. But I would even include, the various court rulings that we've seen. So, for example, there was that court ruling, I guess it was on Wednesday night, that said the tariffs were illegal. Now, if that had come out in, say, the middle of April, I think that would have been this huge deal, right? It would have been massive. And it's look at this little court. It just overturned the entire thing. You got a little market bounce. And it didn't last that long.
Yeah.
And then there was another reversal the night. So what I would say is that there's sort of this, I'm trying to think of the analogy in science, but this sort of diminishing impulse with every headline about tariffs. It's Trump says the Chinese deal is off track. Yep. That would have been a huge deal, I think, in April. Now it's just one of the headlines.
Absolutely right.
Yeah.
So then there's some truth to this boy who cried tariff.
It does feel like
you can only run the same play so many times.
It does feel like it, and it does seem like if the message of tariffs and the implied tool for negotiation is, look, we are willing to take pain, to inflict pain on you, in order to give you some concession towards us. And then each time you inflict domestic pain, and usually it's expressed in the stock market pretty quickly, then you sort of reverse yourself in a short period of time. I just think I've never taken a negotiation seminar or anything, but intuitively, you would think, okay, the people on the other side of that take each one of these threats less seriously.
Yeah. The fact of the matter is, since the pause, I love these names, somebody's made a lot of money.
Yeah.
And there's going to be a big question about market manipulation every time this happens as well, right?
Yeah, but
you must hear from the volatility guys who are in heaven right now.
Someone's going to make a lot of money. And the questions of market manipulation, what that even means. Some people are very conspiratorial, right? Like, oh, who within the Trump administration knew what? And
who was buying
calls? But all of these conspiracy theories rest on some premise of internal White House communication and coordination. Right? The idea that there is someone besides Trump in the White House who knows what's going on in Trump's mind, which strikes me as very unproven. Wow, the existence of this, right? Because to say like, okay, I'm gonna trade ahead of a trade announcement. I must know something that before Trump was going to say it. Does anyone in the Trump administration know what Trump was going to say before he says it? Sometimes people in the Trump administration say things, and then he comes out and undercuts them a week, an hour later. So, it's a very strange market, but I still tend to be skeptical of this idea that there must be people trading, because I'm skeptical of this idea that anyone actually knows what's going to happen in a meaningful way before they.
There's a lot of logic there.
There's a lot of logic. There's a lot of logic.
Learning things by watching them on TV. Right. That's going to happen again today at 1:30, about an hour from right now. As we told you, we're going to bring you into the Oval Office for this news conference with Elon Musk. It's like a goodbye party, I guess, without the cake. It's his last day on the job here with the 130-day contract. You know what the argument with Elon and the questions about conflict of interest?
Right.
This guy's the richest man in the world. What the heck does he care about making a couple of extra dollars in the government? Is that fair?
It's an interesting, this argument has actually been used a lot to justify when certain people they're like, oh, he's already rich, so
it's a room full of billionaires.
Yeah, it's a room full of billionaires. I've never found that to be particularly skeptical. It's like, oh, they're all really rich. Why do they care about making money? It's like, I don't know. I don't think they got to be billionaires by not caring about making money.
Right.
All that being said, it does seem like Elon has become particularly ideological in various ways. I mean, I think he's getting very obsessed with the deficit over the years. And I think he's like, even.
So you were compelled by what he said a couple of days ago, this big, beautiful bill.
Something happened, I think, over the last year where he got really freaked out about just the sheer size of the notion.
Well, he got to see it up close, right? I mean...
Or he saw some chart that someone tweeted at him. And then it's like, oh, that's a line that's scary. I mean, seriously, it could be that too. I mean, the screen poisoning, it's like, it comes for us all if we spend too much time on the internet.
Right.
He spends a lot of time on the internet.
Yes.
He got really obsessed with something. Various things seem to have happened in his life that have put him into an more ideological posture than maybe he once was when he was just a guy building a business and trying to figure out ways to work with or work around the federal government. So, but look, it's not clear what was particularly accomplished by any measure, either in terms of deficit reduction or, quote, making the government efficiency in Doge. So I don't know if he feels as though he has accomplished anything or his Doge has accomplished anything, but at least, like he said in that interview recently, I guess it was with CBS, certainly on the deficit side, he's disappointed.
All right, so we're going to get to do this in real time with Joe Weisenthal, James, right? We have headlines crossing the terminal right now.
Here we go.
U.S. plans wider China tech sanctions. Here we go, indeed. With subsidiary crackdown, people familiar, Joe, describe a bid to target subsidiaries. A new rule here would cover them, subsidiaries of Chinese firms under U.S. curbs. He just posted, the president, the Democrat-inspired and controlled Congressional Budget Office purposefully, he says, gave us an extremely low level of growth, and he's complaining about the CBO as well. But I want to focus on China. Because
it's funny,
we just said
this on China. Even Trump can't focus on China. I mean, isn't that the funny thing right there? It's like, here's this headline. It's like, meanwhile, let me just the Democrat CBO. But yes,
but the market's obsessed with China. So does this count as a ho hum, or are we going to freak out here? Because it looks like we're getting down to our lows.
So S&P down about 1%. It's not nothing. I mean, I think
that could be any Friday.
It could be any Friday. Absolutely, and we're still so far above those April lows. But certainly below still the highs in February. What I would say is, taken all together today, all of the headlines that we've seen today.
Yes.
Now, this headline, the headlines earlier about things tariffs back on. I think it's reasonable for the market to sort of, again, maybe reprice things lower. And, maybe Trump wants to look tough again because people are talking about the taco trade or whatever.
Exactly. He's coming out angry today, right? He's going to be swinging.
That could be an element of it here for sure. That's going.
So as Joe mentioned, S&P 500 down 1%, the Nasdaq's down 1.5%. Ryan, terminal user, just pops in to say the Odd Lots podcast on Elon was amazing.
Many people are saying it.
I keep hearing this. What do you make of the story, the New York Times expose today, the drug use, the kids? That's not going to help the repair tour here, the rehabilitation tour, is it?
No, I mean, look, the guy's got a lot on his plate, and I'm not surprised if his personal life is a mess.
Yeah.
Right?
Okay. But
I mean, I don't know.
Should an investor care?
A lot of people have speculated all these things for a long time.
I know,
about, you know, expert theories about him.
You're still fascinated by him, though, right?
He's a really interesting historical character. I mean, here's the depressing part to me. It's actually, I'm just saying the part. You know, like there is this hope in the United States that we can have some sort of, you know, hard tech renaissance, industrial renaissance, and so forth, manufacturing renaissance. There is no question in my mind that Elon Musk is the best avatar, so to speak, for sort of American industrialization. He built one of the biggest car companies in the world during the 2010s, when most tech companies, et cetera, were in the U.S. were just focused on software. It's extremely impressive. SpaceX is one of the most impressive companies in the world. You know, his rocket company, whatever it's called, or sorry, the satellite company, extremely impressive.
Starlink, sure.
It's a little grim to my mind when I think about the future of sort of industrial capacity in the United States. That the one individual who's clearly been an extraordinary success over the last 15 years or so in the United States is A, such a political lightning bolt, and B, seems to be having a hard time, you know, keeping it all together, which is understandable on some level. But when you think, you know, we want to have this capacity sustained decade after decade after decade, no, we have like one guy. We have one guy. Let's tell it right now. We have one guy whose company is leading the way with respect to rocket tech and reusable rockets and so forth. It's a little depressing that like so much is hinged on this person who's, again, both politically and personally volatile.
Really interesting point of view. Now, you're going to leave me in 2 minutes and go back to your lifestyles of the rich and famous.
That's right.
But I'm just, you know, in our remaining 90 seconds, we just said a lot here. And after you leave, I'm going to get 10 more headlines. And then he's going to come out with Elon. And then there's going to be a post when he goes to U.S. Is this market investable? Or do you just back off for a while until he goes to sleep?
Here's what I would say. Look, I don't know, and no one should ever listen to my advice. But I would say there's two things. One, it probably is, you know, like you're supposed to ignore all these things, right? That's what every professional investor says. Is that you're supposed to ignore all of these things and then think long term as all noise. But what I would say on top of that, maybe the market might be investable. Is this an environment in which a business wants to make actual real capital investment? Do you want to be building a new factory? Do you want to be expanding a headcount, etc.? And there, I think you can make more clearly the argument that the answer is no. That there is so much uncertainty on the policy side that it's like, well, why not wait 6 months to see if the smoke clears a little bit before we actually make a commitment? So what I would say is, I don't know about the market. You're probably never really supposed to pay attention to the news.
Yes.
You really should not be listening to the news ever, and yet people do, and which we both appreciate.
I love this.
But from a business perspective, you can understand why, like, all right, if I were like thinking about, I want to build something new that's going to expect to last me for years, maybe I wait it out a little bit.
I'm so glad you could come over. The great
Anytime.
American band leader, Joe Weisenthal. He also co-hosts a podcast called Odd Lots, and it's a treat to spend some time with the stalwart. Thank you, Joe. We'll have our panel up next right here on Bloomberg.
It's 12:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. Do want to begin with a number of developing stories at this hour. Getting word from the UK that the Treasury says the UK has completed its exit from NatWest shares. Trump Media raising $2.44 billion for its Bitcoin treasury plan. And Hamas says it is consulting Palestinians now on that U.S. proposed Israel ceasefire. So a number of developing stories. Stay with Bloomberg for the latest. Right now, we've got U.S. stocks trading lower. A down Friday here, wrapping up the trading month with the S&P 500 index down 47 right now. That is a decline of 0.8%. The Dow down 176, down 0.4. And NASDAQ right now down 258, drop there of 1.2%. Our Mag 7 index down by 1.8%. 10-year, 4.40%, with the 2-year currently yielding 3.90%. Gold down $32 the ounce, down 1%, 32.85. And West Texas Intermediate crude down now by 1.1%, 60.25 a barrel on WTI. The Trump administration is planning to broaden restrictions on China's tech sector with new regulations that would impose government licensing requirements on transactions with companies majority owned by already sanctioned firms. We got fresh data today on U.S. trade as White House tariffs cloud this year's economic outlook. And with that story, here's Bloomberg's Vinny Del Giudice.
A record drop in imports, we're talking 20%, triggered a historic narrowing in the U.S. merchandise trade deficit from $162 billion in March to $87 billion in April, the smallest gap in more than a year. American businesses had been stepping up the pace of imports before the tariffs took hold. The duties also threatened to put a damper on household spending, which drives America's economy. Vinny Del Giudice, Bloomberg Radio.
Crude oil lower, on track for a weekly decline. Again, West Texas Intermediate down 1.1%. Shares of oil majors also trading lower now. ExxonMobil down by 1%. ADR is a BP down 0.5%. Chevron right now down 1.5%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. And Balance of Power continues right now. Back we go. He's here in New York today. Joe Matthew.
Great to be with you, Charlie Pellet. Indeed, live from World Headquarters. Thanks for joining us on Balance of Power. I'm Joe Matthew in New York as we prepare to assemble our panel on a big day for political show business. We've got a couple of big ones coming. Less than an hour from now, we'll be headed to the White House for a joint news conference. At least that's how this is being billed. It's kind of hard to tell how this is going to work in the choreography, but we're going to have President Trump in the Oval Office with a news conference alongside Elon Musk, who's having his last day, as we've been discussing throughout the hour, on the job as the leader of the Doge. We'll see how that goes. We'll find out together. And I'm guessing that it could be wild. We'll find out. But there's a much bigger event later in the day. 5 p.m. Eastern time, or so they say. It's on to Pittsburgh, West Mifflin to be exact, on to Pennsylvania, U.S. Steel. This is being billed as a big rally, remembering a week ago the president announced what he called a partnership, not a takeover, but a partnership between Japan-based Nippon Steel and U.S. Steel. This was a deal that he originally opposed when it was framed as a buyout, a takeover. But this partnership hasn't exactly been explained. You hear talk of a golden share that the U.S. government will control. And we're not sure. We're going to learn a lot more about it tonight. This is going to be a big victory lap. We suspect that we're going to be seeing steel workers on stage. Lee Greenwood's going to be singing, and the full treatment. That's where we start with our political panel. Bloomberg Politics contributors Jeannie Shanzano and Rick Davis are with us. Jeannie is our Democratic analyst and senior democracy fellow with the Center for the Study of the Presidency and Congress. Rick Davis, partner at Stone Court Capital, a Republican strategist who happens to also work in the investment business. Rick, from your view, as not only a Republican strategist, but a partner at Stone Court, when you hear about a partnership like this, what does that imply?
Well, you do have to scratch a little off the surface to understand what this deal is. And it looks amazingly similar to the deal that Biden said no to. Price paid, $14 billion, pretty much the same. Yet Trump has negotiated to have an American board, which is interesting, control, and a golden share. And we don't know many details around the golden share, but this idea that the United States government is going to have a hand in running the U.S. Steel with Nippon as an owner. And it could be a good thing, and it could be a disastrous thing. Anytime you get government involved in private business, it generally doesn't go great. And as an investor, I've always been opposed to government bailouts. And to some degree, this is kind of a new version of that. Somebody else's money, but we get to decide what levels of steel production they're going to be and who picks the board. So it's an interesting deal, and I think we'll learn more maybe tonight about it. But as it's sort of same old, but in this administration with a new twist.
Well, Rick laid that out perfectly for us, Jeannie, and that's why a lot of people are asking, why would a company based in Tokyo commit to spending tens of billions of dollars in the U.S. for a company that it will not have control over? I don't know if we hear more about this tonight in what's going to be, a campaign-style rally, but at what point does the president need to detail this, and what are the unions going to say about it? They didn't want to take over.
Yeah, first things first, Joe, what is the difference between a partnership, an acquisition, and a takeover? I mean, you laid that out so perfectly at the top. What is this? The president insists in all his Truth Social posts on calling this a partnership. It smells and it sounds a lot like a takeover. That's number one. Number two, what we hear is that the government's role in this, and at least what we're hearing, is this is going on for 10 years. So the question is, what happens after that? And of course, from the public sector perspective, what are the national security implications of this? And oh, by the way, also from the political end, the president was so opposed to this. He was really trying to out-protectionist Joe Biden as best he could on the campaign trail. And yet the deal, at least as far as we're hearing, except for this strange now partnership moniker, looks and sounds exactly the same. So will the president explain that? I wouldn't hold my breath, but those, I think, are big questions. All of that said, this is probably really good for Pennsylvania. This is probably really good for the steel industry in the United States. So it's sort of a case of, he can do what we never let John Kerry do, which is, switch and flip and flop all over the place and not have to explain a word of it.
Voted for it before he voted against it. Jeannie, Donald Trump is posting on Truth Social about China, Rick. As we consider what's happening today in Pittsburgh, it's really interesting, making this partnership with a company based in Japan while he accuses China of violating an agreement to ease tariffs. China, perhaps not surprisingly to some, he writes, has totally violated its agreement with us. So much for being Mr. Nice Guy. Following that, we see some other headlines on the terminal. The U.S. is planning a wider China tech sanctions crackdown here with a specific focus on corporate subsidiaries. It's helped to pull the markets to their lows of the day here. We're down 1% on the S&P 500, Rick. This is still apparently Donald Trump's market. We hear about the taco trade, but my goodness, it could change 3 more times today. Should the president address this either in the Oval Office with Elon Musk or at the rally tonight? Because China is a massive fixture in investors' minds.
Well, I think he has been addressing it, and anybody who's missed the message that we're in an economic war with China is not paying attention to what's coming out of his mouth. Donald Trump has been at the forefront of redefining the relationship between the United States and China. Prior to his presidency in 2017, we had a get along strategy, and we thought that as much as we invested and tried to influence China, the more democratic they would be and the more cooperation they'd have. But Xi Jinping changed all that. He has a different attitude toward the West, and the only one who's gotten that is Donald Trump in the recent past. And so, when he says he's the nice guy but slaps 145% tariff on China, I'd hate to see what he does when he gets mad. This is not going to change dramatically. Maybe on the edges, there'll be a trade deal someday, maybe, and there'll be some relief on those, or at least some kind of status that changes. But the end of the game is we are in an economic war, not a competition. not strategic partners. We're in a war economically with China, and it will go through every ounce of the Chinese industry by the time the Trump administration is over. This is the part he completely gets.
Well, I thought we had a deal with China, Jeannie. That's what the president said a couple of weeks ago. The markets rallied when it happened. This idea of a framework. If this is the reaction a couple of weeks later, how can we believe any of these proposed deals coming from the White House?
Joe, I distinctly remember 90 deals, 90 days. Is it July 9th? You know better than I do. I'm not holding my breath on that either. And while I appreciate what Rick is saying about, Donald Trump getting it, I'm not sure there's much sunlight between what either Donald Trump nor Joe Biden, nor quite frankly, most people in DC, their views about China. The problem is, as far as policy is concerned out of this administration, and granted, it's only been 120 days, is if you look even just as a small example, what they're doing vis-a-vis the universities and Harvard, if we are going to confront China in any meaningful way, we need to be doing our best to build our capacities in things like AI and quantum computing. We need to have the best and the brightest here to do that. Those are our unicorns. And yet the president, and now we're hearing the Secretary of State, they want to make sure to shut that down. And you know who's enjoying this immensely is Xi Jinping. So I don't know about his policy for confronting China, except he keeps talking about a deal on tariffs that doesn't seem to be forthcoming.
Jeannie Shanzano and Rick Davis will be back with us in the second hour of Balance of Power as our great panel goes through the day here, walking up to the big Elon event that's at 1:30. One of the most interesting things I have read this week, knowing that the president's going to be talking about DEI and woke and maybe both of these events, was a great piece by Simone Foxman. Despite the backlash, DEI has not disappeared at U.S. companies. The headline, and what you read inside, is fascinating. Another pleasure of being in New York is having Simone Foxman in person. Great to see you.
Great to see you, too.
And great work here. So belonging is the new word. The idea here is that the programs haven't ended. We're just calling them something different.
Yeah, and interestingly, since this my story came out, the Gravity Research has just put out a study talking about usage of what it calls charged DEI terms, including, DEI, diversity itself, finding that they've really fallen off a cliff. Diversity mentions down in the Fortune 100 issue reports down 30% in 2024 and 62% this year. When mentions of things like inclusion are down much less. 13% last year, 43% this year. Essentially, companies, they don't want to talk about this, but underlying their rationale for having diversity programs or for having programs that, they might now describe as corporate culture is still there. And for large part, they haven't really changed that much.
They're pulling, if you talk about Walmart or Target, they're pulling things off the displays in the front of the stores, the sort of Pride Month tributes that they both ran into. But your point is what's happening in the boardroom is not changing, right? And in the HR department. Is that fair to say?
Absolutely. I mean, look, Walmart, we found, was actually mentioning diversity, equity, and inclusion and looking for associates who support that as of job postings posted earlier this month, even though it says it's moved towards belonging, though it says it doesn't use race or gender to inform certain financing for diverse suppliers, it does still have pages touted towards consumers on its website that say these are brands owned by women, Black, and Hispanic people. So what's the business case here? Clearly it's seeing a business case from consumers that want to buy these products, or else it wouldn't necessarily have these landing pages, because this is the sort of thing that conservative activists, whether Robbie Starbuck or the legal activist Edward Bloom, these are the sorts of things that are likely going to just raise some hackles.
Sounds like this isn't ending, though. It's just this is a semantic story because companies know what they need.
Well, what we were supposed to see from the Trump administration were some indications of lists of companies that federal agencies believe to be needed to be targeted for potential civil rights violations. May 21st, we understood that deadline to be. We have heard as yet nothing. Company advisors are calling me constantly being like, where is this list? So,
wow. Great reporting, Simone. Great to see you. Simone Foxman, find the story on the terminal and online. Maybe the Doge computers, they don't sniff it out when they change it to belonging, right? They don't see the DEI page. Simone, fascinating reporting. We have a lot more coming up in our second hour, including Elon Musk's goodbye party in the Oval Office. They say it will be a news conference with the president. We'll find out live together as we welcome our global television audience right here on Bloomberg.
From the world of politics to the world of business, this is Balance of Power. Live from Washington, D.C.
It's an office party for Elon. Welcome to the Friday edition of Balance of Power as Elon Musk marks his last day as the leader of the Doge with a set in the Oval Office, complete with a presidential news conference. I'm Joe Matthew alongside Kaylee Lyons at World Headquarters in New York. Welcome to the program on Bloomberg TV and radio. Kaylee, this is all set to happen this hour, and I suspect could go in a lot of directions.
Well, yeah, not just about the Doge or about Elon Musk's service to the Trump administration and U.S. government, but I would imagine the president's going to have some questions to answer on a few different issues, including what exactly he meant when he Truth Social posted earlier today that China is not sticking to its trade deal with the U.S. No more Mr. Nice Guy is what he said. He just didn't really get more specific than that, Joe.
No more Mr. Nice Guy. Big questions about the impact of the Doge. What do the receipts actually show versus the promise? And the deep dive in the New York Times today, the expose on Elon Musk's lifestyle, could all add up to quite a romp with reporters. Of course, they're framing this as a news conference. I'm assuming there will be questions.
I'm assuming as well. And of course, this isn't the only time we're going to hear from the president today. As at 5 o'clock in the late edition of Balance of Power, he has scheduled an appearance at a U.S. Steel facility outside Pittsburgh, where he's going to talk about that Nippon Steel deal. Maybe we'll get some actual details as to what it entails. Is it a partnership or is it a takeover? We're all going to find out together later this evening. I would imagine that could go in a lot of different directions as well. Just like this market is going in a decidedly different direction after we got some news on a China tech sanctions crackdown expanding to subsidiaries. So let's check in on those markets now. Charlie Pellet's here with us.
Thank you very much, Kaylee Lyons. We have got the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all declining. You mentioned U.S. Steel ahead of the big announcement today. U.S. Steel right now up by about 0.6%. Under 3 hours to go until we wrap up the trading month of May with the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all very much in the red. Trade and tariffs front and center again today. A solid month for stocks ending on a weak note as President Trump says Beijing, quote, totally violated a tariff agreement, with the market extending losses on the news report that the U.S. does plan to broaden restrictions on China's tech sector. Here's where we stand, very close to lows of the day right now, with the S&P down 54, drop there of 0.9%. Dow Industrials down 205, down 0.5. NASDAQ Composite Index down 292, a drop there of 1.5%. The Bloomberg Mag 7 Index down 2.1%. Tech being hit hard today. The 10-year 4.39%, with the 2-year 3.89%. Gold now down $25 the ounce, down by about 0.8%. West Texas Intermediate crude just above $60 a barrel, slumping today by 1%. And Bitcoin now lower by 2%, 104,011 on Bitcoin. Palantir shares pushing higher, putting the stock on track for a record close after the New York Times reported that the Trump administration has expanded the data analysis software company's work across the federal government in recent months. Palantir shares right now, they are trading higher on a down day for the rest of the market. Palantir right now up by 1.7%. Balance of Power continues now. Back we go to our New York studio. Yes, they're here in New York. Once again, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lyons.
All right, Charlie Pellet, thank you so much. Here in New York for the last day before we have to head back to Washington, which will be the center of all of our attention, scheduled half an hour from now. I guess it's always our center of attention for Joe Matthew and myself, but especially when you have the President of the United States, Donald Trump, and the richest man in the world, Elon Musk, set to give a joint press conference together. This could get interesting. 1:30 p.m. is when it's supposed to kick off. We'll see how much we stick to that timing, but we know what it'll be about, Joe, and it's about the Doge.
Is X going?
That's my question. He's at the White House a lot.
I have big questions about the optics here. Is he standing next to the desk with the president sitting? Do we have podiums in the Oval Office? It's a curious venue.
Yep. What
for
hat
an
will
event
Elon
like
be
this.
wearing?
What hat will he wear, and will actual questions be, taken by reporters? Like you said, it's set for 1:30. Probably not on time, as few things are at the White House, no matter who seems to be living there. But when it begins, we'll bring it to you live, of course, right here on Bloomberg. Then we reel into the 5 o'clock speech at U.S. Steel, Kaylee. That's being billed as a big rally and could keep us up a little bit later than usual tonight.
Yeah, he has a tendency to speak for a while at these kind of things, and we assume that we're going to get more details about the U.S. Steel Nippon partnership or deal, whatever it is, if the United States is getting a golden share in this and will still have full control over this company or not, knowing that there does seem to have been a tone shift between campaign Donald Trump, who said this needs to stay in U.S. hands, no way this deal can go forward, versus President Trump, who is much more open to this idea after the CFIUS review.
We talked to Stephen Myron about this a couple of days ago on Balance of Power and asked him about the terminology here, and he didn't seem to care as long as the jobs were preserved and the jobs added, the investment dollars were made. But This idea of a golden share has got our attention, and I suspect we'll hear about that later from the president. Joe Doe is watching all of this from his perch at Bloomberg, our metals and mining reporter with his eyes on U.S. Steel. Joe, it's great to have you with us. Welcome to Balance of Power here on Bloomberg. Can you tell us what you understand about the structure? Because this sure looks like a takeover, at least when you look at the dollars involved here, and not unlike the deals that had been proposed, to Kaylee's point, not favored by Donald Trump or Joe Biden. But tonight he's going to be talking about a partnership and a company that the U.S. government will help control. How does it work?
Yeah, Joe, that is the question. What is the structure of whatever this deal is? And I think we're still a bit in the dark. We're maybe starting to see some bits and pieces flow out. Of course, earlier this week, one of the senators here from Pennsylvania had mentioned the $14 billion supposedly being invested by Nippon Steel into U.S. Steel. But listen, the investor class is watching very closely. They do want to know what this deal actually means. The golden share, let's think of it more like a mitigation agreement, right? That's the national security agreement. Golden share. I don't know if it's actually a golden share. That might just be branding. But the point here is, what is the United States federal government place going to be in this entire thing? Are they going to have veto powers over how much production can be shut down or not shut down? Are they going to have veto powers over jobs? How many can be cut in bad times and good times, right? I mean, right now, all we're talking about is, does this deal get done or not? But after the deal is supposedly done, this goes back to being a steel company. And steel companies are still commodity companies that go with the ups and downs of the market.
Well, that's very true. And of course, it being a steel company is why, initially at least, President Trump, like President Biden before him, was opposed to this deal, because they said there's great national security implications and interest the United States has in retaining its own steel production capacity. I want to ask you about a different element of the commodity space, though, specifically critical minerals, Joe, because President Trump today was talking about China not abiding by the terms agreed to in Geneva in regard to the trade agreement. The USTR Jameson Greer indicated that one of the big sticking points may be that critical minerals were not flowing in the way that China promised they would after they restricted them in retaliation for President Trump's very high tariffs. Do we have a sense of the critical minerals flow, what actually is happening?
You know, over the past 2 weeks, I've been in discussions with various people that are in this critical mineral space, the rare earth space, and they have indicated, you know, listen, it's not like anything drastically changed with the new trade deal. The new trade deal was very specific about companies that would have certain things lifted on them. But remember, the export controls that were implemented by China, I think this is what they're really getting at here, with these 7 rare earths that are implemented the day after the President of the United States mentioned the reciprocal tariffs. Those export controls went on every nation. It wasn't just the United States. So I think there's a procedural thing here that might be under discussion with Chinese officials and U.S. officials, which is this isn't just a U.S. thing, so it's not just a specific U.S. discussion. So right now, as we understand, it's not clear that these export controls have been lifted, but it's also not clear that it was ever agreed to in the beginning that they would be lifted in the way that the president seems to be suggesting.
All right, Joe Doe, we appreciate it. Bloomberg Metals and Mining reporter doing God's work literally on the side of the road in Pennsylvania, where President Trump will be today with an umbrella in hand. Our audience on Bloomberg Radio is missing how hard Joe is working for us today, surviving the elements to cover this U.S. Steel visit that will be happening later. We really appreciate it. But of course, before we can get to U.S. Steel later this afternoon, we have to get through a joint press conference between President Trump and Elon Musk first. It's scheduled to begin just over 20 minutes from now, and we want to get into it with our political panel. Bloomberg Politics contributors Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano are with us. Rick, of course, is a Stone Court Capital partner and Republican strategist. Jeannie, a Democratic analyst and senior democracy fellow at the Center for the Study of the Presidency and Congress. His days as a special government employee, Jeannie, are about to be over. They're going to talk about all of the work the Doge has done over that time to shrink the size of the federal government. We do know thousands of people's lives have actually been affected by layoffs in the federal government, but it doesn't seem that the kind of money Elon Musk said he was going to save, he got anywhere close to actually saving. So what kind of victory lap is this really going to be?
You know, Kaylee, I keep wondering, what does Donald Trump give him for a farewell address? Like a little chainsaw for his desk, or, you know, I don't know, something like a coupon for 3 nights at the Lincoln bedroom. You know, I am so baffled by this because, of course, what Elon Musk is trying to do is to leave gracefully so that he can reconstruct his image and, of course, impact those sales in a positive way. To have a press conference now, I don't know how this helps him rehabilitate his image, but of course the reality of Doge is that the $2 trillion in cuts promised, by some calculations, people are saying, so let's say by Elon Musk's calculation, it was close to 160 billion in the end. But other people are saying, in fact, Doge cost money simply because of those IRS cuts to people that hurt the ability of the IRS to take in income. Either way you slice it, it is far less than he promised. And of course, they have a bill going to Congress now. But I am not convinced Doge is going to live on beyond Elon Musk and his chainsaw.
Rick, how is this going to work, chainsaw or not? This is the Oval Office. The president's going to be sharing space with a non-elected official, like I said, not a world leader. Are they going to sit on the chairs in front of the fireplace like you've got a prime minister in town? Does he have Elon stand next to the desk? This could be awkward.
Well, we've seen White House, Oval Office events in where Elon stands next to the desk. In fact, even X usually gets standing room only treatment inside the Oval Office. And we've seen many occasions where Donald Trump would have people in his administration or from other countries come into the Oval Office and stand around the president's desk while he sat. So I think the physicality of the thing will be interesting to watch, right? Because I think there must be some pecking order for what treatment you get if you're on the good list or the bad list. Lately, the bad list is when you're sitting next to one another in the most formal posture.
How true.
He's not going to attack Elon Musk. They'll be playful and they'll be interesting. They won't answer any of the questions that you want them to, but they see this as a long-standing relationship that will continue on. Elon Musk and the president say they'll continue to discuss the affairs of state. And yes, I do think this is part of what Elon Musk believes is his rehabilitation back to the private sector, where he can become popular again for the things that he's done to improve the country and the world, his inventions. And I think that would be the best outcome is for the President of the United States to say, Elon Musk invents really cool things and I'm going to drive a Tesla and someday I'll go to Mars.
Remember when the Teslas were lined up outside the White House?
How could I forget?
Showroom.
Yeah.
We forget the things that have already happened in this administration. Rick, I do wonder, though, about your thoughts on what Jeannie was saying, which is that she doesn't believe that the Doge effort lives beyond Elon Musk. Knowing there was a Doge caucus formed in Congress, there were lawmakers ready to take up this mantle as well, really pursue this effort to shrink the government. Does all of that just kind of fade to the wayside?
It's been a whirlwind in only a few months. Doge went from basically running the entire federal government to being an asterisk. And I think that's the real question now is not so much the Hill, because they like to do their own thing. And the Doge caucus, I think, was just a way to fit into the narrative with Elon Musk being so powerful. But at the end of the day, you do have Doge employees. They're sitting in these agencies. They are now under the thumbs of the cabinet secretaries, which happened even while Elon was there. And yet we do see active efforts on the part of this administration to implement IT reforms, including a very big contract for Palantir brought in by Doge to basically start unifying databases throughout the government. So if you blink, you might miss it. But the reality is there is a pretty significant effort underway that could substantially change things like privacy and government access to your data and the integration of data through different databases that is going to be talked about for quite some time.
What does Elon Musk have really to celebrate when it comes to the Doge today, Jeannie? Will it be cutting spending? Because the promise was $2 trillion on the way in, and it looks like $16 billion on the way out. When you consider the wall of receipts, or will it be the fact that he took the chainsaw or the proverbial sledgehammer and started to destroy agencies like USAID, which was part of the aim of this administration?
You know, I think he is going to try to celebrate something that I don't think deserves celebrating, and I think you just heard it in Rick's answer. The promise was the $2 trillion in cuts you just talked about, Joe. The reality is far less, maybe 2 or 3%. again, some people saying it may cost taxpayers to have Doge in there. But what this is going to cost us in addition to money is issues of privacy. And the contract that Rick was just talking about is a very good example. We don't know how this turns out at the end, but the outcome of this, I don't think, is going to be known as it pertains to our rights and liberties for a very long time. And what's frustrating and fascinating about this at the same time, under a GOP that has long been committed to a smaller federal government, they opened the door to private company to go in and take away some of the most valuable information that we treasure and people don't want being shared. So I do think that that is going to be likely the legacy, but I'm not sure it's the legacy that Elon Musk is going to celebrate. And I would also just add that nobody is going to miss Elon Musk more than Donald Trump, except for the Democrats. I mean, the real losers here with him leaving are the Democrats, who have enjoyed this enormously and would like nothing else more than for him to stay, so they can continue to beat up on him, as he said.
Yeah, Jeannie, what are they going to run on in 2026 if Elon Musk is no longer a daily fixture in Washington headlines?
Yeah, I mean, you don't get it better than the world's wealthiest man coming in to make cuts, fire people, cut cancer research, food assistance to the poor, AIDS research, AIDS funding. I mean, it was just, tailor-made for the Democrats. They're going to miss him enormously. They'll just have to look back wistfully at Wisconsin and be happy and proud that they control the Supreme Court thanks to Elon Musk, probably.
This could be one of those events, Rick Davis, where Democrats are making ads for some time. If you were helping to prepare the president and Elon Musk to meet the press today, to what extent do they need to be on message?
Yeah, look, I mean, being on message in this administration is different than what I was taught how to be on message.
That's for sure.
And so, you would want them to say things that would actually appear in a Republican ad, not a Democratic ad. And that would require the discipline to say that they came to Washington to reduce the size and scope of government, its intrusion into your daily life, and that's what they've done. I mean, there are ways of spinning a meteoric rise in government and a quick exit in a most positive way. My guess is it'll be more entertainment value, which probably will disappoint the Democrats a little bit. But if you can sort of dodge that TV commercial in the making situation, I think you'd be considered very successful. But I doubt it. I'm going south on this one. I think this is going to be a circus, and it's worth tuning in to Bloomberg to watch it happen.
Oh, see, now I'm excited. Rick, yes, indeed. We just got our first view of the Oval. They're setting up the desk. Someone's going to be seated. That'll be Donald Trump, presumably. Where Elon Musk ends up is another question. Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano, a great panel, Bloomberg Politics contributors. We count down about 10 minutes to the start of this event. Assuming it's on time, we'll bring it to you live here on Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio.
It's 121 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We have got stocks in the red. Just a couple of hours to go until we wrap up the trading month of May with the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, all very much in the red. Trade and tariffs, familiar themes dominating sentiment right now. The S&P 500 index down 48, 58.64. That is a drop of 0.8%. Dow Industrials down 164, now down 0.4%. The NASDAQ Composite Index hard hit down 259, now down 1.4%. And the Bloomberg Mag 7 Index, that is trading lower by 1.8%. 10-year yield 4.40%. The 2-year 3.89%. Spot gold down $25 the ounce, $32.92, down 0.8%. West Texas Intermediate crude oil down 0.6%, $60.61 a barrel. Brent crude, the global benchmark, down 1%, $62.71 a barrel. EchoStar, that is the wireless and pay TV operator controlled by billionaire Charlie Ergen, has skipped an interest payment due today because of uncertainty about a regulatory probe. SATS on the ticker. It is now down by 11.1%. Balance of Power continues right now. They are here in New York. Back we go once again. Your hosts, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lyons.
All right, Charlie Pellet here in New York with us. Thank you so much as we await here on Bloomberg TV and radio the beginning of a joint news conference between President Donald Trump and outgoing Doge leader Elon Musk, who is wrapping up his time as a special government employee. This media event, of course, meant to commemorate that, perhaps take a victory lap, but it also may be an opportunity for the press to ask some questions of both Elon Musk and President Trump on un-Doge-related issues, like maybe getting some clarity from President Trump as to what exactly he meant when he posted on True Social this morning that China has totally violated its agreement with us, the U.S., of course, being us. So much for being Mr. Nice Guy. Still looking for clarity as to what exactly the violation China has committed here is, Joe, and how this factors into efforts to advance a trade deal between the U.S. and China.
No more Mr. Nice Guy. That's right. The markets didn't like that message, but this also comes, Kaylee, just hours after a federal appeals court turned over the federal trade court ruling that had the markets reacting as well yesterday. The push and pull here, the confusing headlines continue. Now the tariffs are restored, at least temporarily. And so there are great questions about how businesses are supposed to weather this kind of uncertainty. Of course, the same we can ask about investors. And I'm glad to say we're joined here in New York by John Denton, the Secretary General of the International Chamber of Commerce. Mr. Secretary, it's great to see you. Thanks for being with us here in New York. The ICC represents over 45 million businesses in over 170 countries. What are they supposed to do?
Well, first of all, it's great to be the prelim for President Trump and Elon Musk press conference. And we want to be sort of zeroed in, but I'm happy to participate in that discussion as well. Because the message I would be giving is the same as I'd give giving you guys surprise here. I mean, we've just surveyed the whole of the ICC, and what we're finding is, and I don't think you'd be surprised, uncertainty actually is a tax. So what we're
With a great idea, you just want to get things down on paper. Grammarly is the second set of eyes that helps me get work done. My name is Claudia. I'm a
夜色深沉的火迹，柔情绕过指尖起，回忆在梦中浮移，爱像星辰隐约迷。你是那遥远光景，藏在岁月的风铃，每次低语都动听，爱如初雪落不停。往事如水轻轻流，痴情总为你停留。相遇仿佛命中手，无声却比诗还柔。你是那遥远光景，藏在岁月的风里，每次低语都动听，爱如初雪落不停。身影如幻影，只愿此生不离分，与你共赴世间情。你是那遥远光景，藏在岁月的风里，每次低语都动听。Skinbär din stämmer väck. Långsamt svinner tiden väg. Ett minne hänger i stillhetens famn. Livet går vidare men hjärtat står samman. Regnen falder på mit vindue nu. Hvert dråbe føles som et savn fra dig. Din skygge danser gennem mit sind, men natten fortæller mig du er forsvind. Hvor blev du af? Jeg spejder langt i hver en drøm i nattens sang. En hvisken i vinden, et ekko jeg fandt. Men tomheden bliver min eneste kant. Havet spejler din sidste gæst. Hver bølge minder mig om det bedste. Jeg står alene ved kystens rand, og længslen lægger sin kolde hånd. Månen visker historier fra før, om dage hvor vi aldrig kendte så. Men stjernerne lyver, jeg ser det nu, de gemmer sig som du. Hvor bliver du af, jeg spejder langt, i hver en drøm i nattens sang. En hvisken i vinden, et ekko jeg fandt. Men tomheden bliver min eneste kant. Når natten falder som et tungt tæppe, og stjernerne lyser som glemte breve, hjertet hvisker i mørkets favn, en stille sang, en stille sang. Havebølger, en sagte dans, som minder fra en gammel roman. Skovens susen blander sig blidt, som om verden taler i nattens skrift. Hør mørkets hvisken, så blød og fin. En melodi, der skjuler dit dybe sind. Lad os gå, hvor tiden står stille, hvor natten favner alt med sin milde. Et lys i horisonten, svagt men klart, som drømme vi aldrig helt har spart. Månen spejler sig i bølgernes skær, en tavs fortælling om hvad vi lærer. En blomst vokser i nattens jord, skønhed der findes for skygger bord. Den hvisker historier fra for længst i mørkets favn, er intet glemt. Hør mørkets hvisken, så blød og fin. En melodi, der skjuler dit dybeste. Lad os gå, hvor tiden står stille, hvor natten favner alt med sin milde. evig tid. Skygger i mørket, de danser så tyst. En verden af drømme i nattens lyst. Jeg følger en stjerne, der fører mig frem til et sted, hvor hjertet finder hjem. Regndråber falder som bløde små ord. De rammer mit sind, de banker på bord. Jeg lytter og mærker en rytme så ren. I nattens favn jeg føler mig helt igen. Skygger i mørket, de danser så tyst. En verden af drømme i nattens lyst. Jeg følger en stjerne, der fører mig frem til et sted, hvor hjertet finder hjem. Et ekko af minder i nattens favn. Det føles som vinden, der kærtegner savn. Jeg lukker mine øjne og ser klart en verden, der venter. Et nyt sted, vi starter. Skygger i mørket, de danser så tyst. En verden af drømme i nattens lyst. Jeg følger en stjerne, der fører mig frem til et sted, hvor hjertet finder hjem. Skygger danser på væggen grå. Minder fra en tid, jeg ikke kan nå. Stemmer visker i nattens sus. Et ekko fra et gammelt hus. Stjernerne gemmer sig bag en tår. Tidens spor, de er svære at nå. Et ord tikker, men tiden står stille. Søger svar, men finder kun en vrimmel. Og vinden synger sin egen sang. En melodi af tid, der flyder langt. Jeg lytter til stilheden. Den taler blidt som en gammel ven, der aldrig svigt. En flod af tanker, en strøm af ord, båret af natten til fjerne fjord. Brosjet drøm som hjerteslag i nat. Et sted, hvor drømme har sin skat. Hver tone et spejl af, hvad jeg var. Reflekteret lys fra en fjern stjernes klar. Padder maler baggrund, mens sjælen gror. Vandes visken langs den gamle bro, skriver historier i skovens ro. Jeg ser din skygge, et slør til. Minderne bløder, hvor vi gik side om side. Løvet falder, blødt som et suk. En evig dans, naturens smukke buk. Dine ord hænger stadig i luften her, som et ekko, der visker, men aldrig bærer. Og vandet synger, det kender dit navn, en melodi i nattens favn. Stjernerne spejler sig i flodens skær, og jeg ser dig der, som om du stadig er her. Vind bærer din duft gennem nat, et blidt pust, et uendeligt skat. Sporene viskes væk, men aldrig helt, som en sang, der lever, selv når alt er delt. Tidens strøm, så stærk og fri, bærer os væk, men efterlader poesi. Din stemme en skygge, din latter en brise. Alt forsvinder, men intet kan viskes. Vandet synger, det kender dit navn, en melodi i nattens favn. Stjernerne spejler sig i flodens skær, jeg ser dig der, som om du stadig er her. Rundt af himlens bløde tag, hvor vinden visker, lav de dag. Skyer sejler, flyver frit, som tanker i mit stille skridt. Hør nu skyernes sang, min ven. De danser, de vender igen. En blind melodi, en stille trøst, som varmen fra en kær venindes bryst. Græsset bøjer sig med tidens dans. En verden fyldt med stille sans. Jeg ser det hele tiden står som vinden, koldt og halvt. Hør nu skyerne sang, min ven. De danser, de vender igen. En blid melodi, en stille trøst, som varmen fra en kær venindes røst. Lad stilheden favne dig her i det øjeblik, du ikke ser. Det er der, det hele findes bag skyerne, hvor lyset tændes. Hør nu skyerne sang, min ven. De danser, de vender igen. En blid melodi, en stille trøst, som varmen fra en kær venindes røst.
Skygger danser langs væggen her. Dagen glider som et langsomt vejr. Toner hænger blidt som et suk, drømmens flugt i natten er stuk. Havet kalder med sin dybe sang, som om det vidste, hvor vi hører til engang. Månen spejler i dit stille blik. Tiden står, men vi mærker dens tik. Verden venter, men her står vi midt i en tanke, der aldrig vil blive. Med vinden, der visker, og hjertet, der slår, maler vi stjerner, hvor natten forgår. Græsset bøjer, mens vi går forbi, som om det ved, vi er på vej forbi. Lys i mørket, en stille melodi. Skæbnen finder os, hvor vi bliver fri. Hør brisen bære vores stemmer væk. Et løfte i luften, et glemt stykke læg. Livet er et spil, en leg, en gåde, og natten er blød som silkegrå klæder. Verden venter, men her står vi midt i en tanke, der aldrig vil blive. Med vinden, der visker, og hjertet, der slår, maler vi
som et kærligt ven. En fugl i træet synger blidt, livet visker, bliv lidt. Skygger danser på væggen her, bløde toner som hjerter bærer. Duften af kaffe fylder rum, tiden står stille, næsten stum. Verden vågner langsomt nu, farverne breder sig i ro og hu. Jeg mærker livet i hver en tone, her hvor hjertet finder sol. Regndråber falder blidt som sne, en melodi af minder jeg kan se. I dine øjne der gemmer sig alt, sommeren, vinteren, varmt og koldt. Og hvis verden brænder ud, finder vi vejen uden tvivl og bro. For i dit smil der bor en fred, som intet mørke kan tage med. Verden vågner langsomt nu, farverne breder sig i ro og hu. Jeg mærker livet i hver en tone, her hvor hjertet finder sol. Under stjernelys, jeg går alene, skygger danser, hvor vinden er stille. I nattens favn, en verden så lille, hjertet søger, hvor drømmene gror. Månen spejler sig i vandets ro, en hemmelig hvisken, hvor intet er to. Tiden standser, men øjeblikket flyr, som en blidt bølge, der aldrig dør. I det dybe mørke, hvor lys kan bo, en evig sang, hvis toner aldrig tro. Under stjernelys, vi finder frem, en stille flamme, aldrig alene. Græsset hvisker under mine skridt, en sød melodi, hvor alt bliver frit. Himlen åbner sig, et tæppe af guld, som natten favner i kærlighed fuld. Drømmenes skygger danser så let, som en hvisken fra en fjern planet. Under stjernelys, jeg glemmer tid, og verden føles pludselig blive. I det dybe mørke, hvor lys kan bo, en evig sang, hvis toner aldrig tro, under stjernelys, vi finder fred, en stille flamme, der aldrig er lyd. En stille flamme, der aldrig er lyd. Under månens skær, jeg går alene, stiger dækket af dug, hvor tankerne gror. Vindens hvisken, en bliv melodi, hjertet slår langsomt i nattens symfoni. Skygger danser i det blå lys, tavse minder gemt i nattens hus. Jeg ser dit ansigt som et gammelt spejl, drømmer mig væk i skoens dybe vej. Hør stilheden tale en sang uden ord, nattens favn, en trøst jeg tror, under stjernernes vægt. Jeg føler mig fri, månens kys, en gave til mig. Sølvgrå skyer som bølger i hav, søgende sjæle, vi drages af savn. Tiden står stille i nattens magi, mellem himmel og jord, der findes vi. I en stille brise bærer hemmelighedens navn, som en hvisken i mørket, en usynlig favn. Jeg lytter til nattens blide kald, for i den skyld finder jeg mit fald. Hør stilheden tale en sang uden ord, nattens favn, en trøst jeg tror, under stjernernes vægt. Jeg føler mig fri, månens kys, en gave til mig. Under månen, hvor skyggerne går, bløde skridt på det stille strå, hjerter banker, men tiden står, et spejl i natten,
hvor drømme slår mellem stjerner. Et lys og svæk visker vinden en hemmelig peg. Kærlighed som et løst kompas, fanget i natten, hvor ingen has. Drømmespejl, vis mig vejen hjem. En sang i mørket, hvor alt bliver gemt. I dine skår, jeg ser mit sted. En kærlighed, der aldrig er led. Himlen græder, en dæmpet lyd. Toner flyder som et ømbeskyt. Hvert et åndedrag, en stille dans under stjernerne. Vi tog en chance, hænder finder, hvad ord ej kan nå. I dit blik, en verden at forstå. En boss og rytme, en hjerteklang. Vores rejse, natten lang. Drømmespejl, vis mig vejen hjem. En sang i mørket, hvor alt bliver gemt. I dine skår, jeg ser mit sted. En kærlighed, der aldrig er led. Minderne flyver som blade i vinden, tager mig tilbage til en tid, der forsvandt. En sødme i hjertet, en længsel, der brænder, som skygger, der danser i en gylden kan. Vi gik langs kysten, hvor havet sang, vinden viskede hemmeligheder i vores gang. Dine øjne, et ekko af det, jeg fandt i skumringen, hvor lyset blev så svagt. Minderne, de kalder mig hjem, som en stille melodi, en fortrolig stemme. Jeg var alt jeg blev, finder jeg i bræsen, hvor vi engang skrev. En svag duft af sommer, en berøring af sne. De små ting vi mistede, men aldrig lod ske. Hver dråbe af regn, hver skær lys, lever videre i skyerne, i hjertets hus. Vi var stjerner, der faldt i en tavs nat, som bølger der brød, men aldrig Vores skygger bliver længere, men jeg ved, at minderne lever selv, når vi går ned. Minderne, de kalder mig hjem, som en stille melodi, en fortrolig stemme. Jeg var alt jeg blev, finder jeg i bræsen, hvor vi engang skrev.
Månen spejler sig i havets spejl. Stille vinde bærer nattens fejl. En ensom fugl i skyggen svæver over skovens tyste streger. Bladene visker en glemt melodi, som stjerner synger i natlig harmoni. Tågen danser på engen så bli, fanger drømme i nattens tid. Stille have, syng for mig en sang fra dybet, gammel og sej. Din rytme vugger en evig ro, som bølger visker, lad tiden gro. Grønnernes skygge kærtegner min kind, mens natten hviler i den sagte vind. En tår falder, som du gik græs i mørke, finder jeg en lille. Himlen åbner sig, en lysende dør, mens dagen gryer og natten forgår. I horisonten står solen så stolt, og minder flyver som guld så koldt. Stille have, syng for mig en sang fra dybet, gammel og sej. Din rytme vugger en evig ro, som bølger visker, lad tiden gro. Mørket falder over engen nu. En blød brise kysser mit trætte hud. Fuglenes sang, de lyse toner, taler til mig som en glemt forsoner. går langs stien, hvor tiden står, med minder om dage, der var så små. Bladene visker en gammel vis, som vinden bærer med sit stille pris. Hjertets vej, så blød og klar, fører mig hjem, hvor drømme var. I nattens færd, hvor stjerner gror, finder jeg ro, hvor hjertet bor. En ensom lanterne lyser svagt, dens varme skær. Jeg har sagt, skygger danser på murens kant, som en gammel ven, jeg aldrig fandt. Tiden flyder, som floden går, ingen tilbageblik, kun spor. Den sår, men hjertet kender, hvad ord ikke kan. En stille melodi, hvor alt begyndte engang. Hjertets vej, så blød og klar, fører mig hjem, hvor drømme var. I nattens farve, hvor stjerner gror, finder jeg ro, hvor hjertet bor. Mellem drømmene flyver vi væk, bløde skyer, en sagte læk. Tidens strøm glider forbi, en verden gemt.
How could they do it? How did they go
Well, it's very
behind
hard
the
because
president?
I'd read your newspapers or your media the next day and I'd say, well, I didn't approve that, and I would find it. I mean, they wouldn't get away with it for long because I'd say, I never signed that. Who the hell signed that? Auto pens, to me, are used to sign letters to people because we get, I think they said 20,000 letters a week, and you like to be able, when somebody takes the time to write a letter, it's nice to sort of write back. And auto pens are meant for that. Auto pens are not meant to sign major proclamations or tax cuts or borders, anything having to do with the border, which is so important. If it happened on watch, I would be able to see it because the next day or sooner I'd be reading about something that I knew nothing about and who the hell signed this. So I almost never use the auto pen. In fact, yesterday I was signing about 81, I think it was 81 proclamations and statements to people that I think should be signed by us. I think when you write letters to foreign dignitaries or presidents or prime ministers, you should be signing those letters, not done with auto pens. I understand he signed almost everything with an auto pen. It's a very dangerous thing. It really means you're not president. Whoever operated the auto pen, and we think we know who that is, and it was actually more than one person, but that's not what the presidency is all about. I hardly used to use it.
Reinstate the tariffs on China. You said that they violated the agreement with the U.S.
Well, they did. They violated a big part of the agreement we made. You know, if you read that whole statement, I was very nice to them. I helped them because they were in trouble with the stoppage of a massive amount of business. But I'm sure that I'll speak to President Xi and hopefully we'll work that out. But yeah, there's a violation of the agreement. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, can you give us an update to the latest ceasefire agreement that Israel has agreed to, but Hamas is still considering?
Well, they're very close to an agreement on Gaza, and we'll let you know about it during the day or maybe tomorrow, and we have a chance of that. And I think we have a chance of making a deal with Iran also. They don't want to be blown up. They would rather make a deal, and I think that could happen in the not-too-distant future. That would be a great thing if we could have a deal without bombs being dropped all over the Middle East. That would be a very good thing. They can't have a nuclear weapon. We want them to be safe. We want them to have a very, very successful nation. Let it be a great nation, but we can't have them. They cannot have a nuclear weapon. It's very simple. And I think we're fairly close to a deal with Iran.
Mr. Moss, question for Elon.
Yeah, please.
You said just now that you look forward to being a friend and advisor to the president. So do you expect to continue advising the president and Doge informally, or are you going to sort of shift your focus entirely to your companies?
Well, I expect to continue to provide advice whenever the president would like advice.
I hope so.
I mean, I expect to remain a friend and an advisor, and certainly if there's anything the president wants me to do, I'm at the president's service.
Mr. Musk, on Doge, you said that there was $1 trillion promise for cuts from Doge.
Yes, I think we do expect over time to achieve the $1 trillion.
But what have you found in your time here was the biggest roadblock to getting those cuts? Was it the cabinet, or was it Congress, or something else? What was the biggest roadblock from your work?
It's mostly just a lot of hard work. It's really not any one person or Congress. It's going through really millions of line items and saying just each one of them makes sense, or does not make sense. Obviously, at times when you cut expenses, those who are receiving the money, whether they're receiving that money legitimately or not, they do complain. And you're not going to hear someone confessing that they received money inappropriately. Never. They're going to always say that they received money appropriately for an important cause. Naturally, that's what you'd expect. So we just have to. It's just a lot of work going through the vast expenses of the federal government and just really asking questions. What's this money for? Are you sure it's actually being used well? Many times we can't even find anyone who defends it. So for a lot of the expenses, there is actually no defender at all. And then we have to just work through the process of stopping the spending, where there's often literally no defender. Nobody even knows why the money's being spent. It's truly absurd. I mean, we find situations where there are millions of software licenses with 0 people using them. 0. Exactly. This is the quizzical expression. You're like, surely, if there's millions of software licenses, someone should be using them. No, and then we've got to go through the process of saying, okay, look, if no one's using the software, we need to terminate this software license agreement. That's everywhere in the government, by the way.
Mr. Musk, what do you think would be easier, colonizing Mars or making the government efficient?
It's a tough call, but I think colonizing Mars and making life multi-planetary is harder. And as I said, we do expect to achieve over time the $1 trillion of savings. We can't do it in like a few months, but if you say by I think the official end of Doge, the president may choose to extend is the middle of next year. Say by the middle of next year, with the support of the President and Congress, could we achieve $1 trillion of savings? I think so. We're on track to do so.
Do you have faith that Congress is going to do
Thank you, Mr. President. You had mentioned earlier in the week that Doge had become a whipping boy, and as the President mentioned, you went through a lot to go through this process.
Yes.
Was it worth it for you, and what would you change?
Yes, so what we found was happening was that if there were any cuts anywhere, then people would assume that was done by Doge. And so we became like essentially the Doge boogeyman, where if so any cut anywhere would be ascribed to Doge. A friend of mine's daughter, who's at law school at Georgetown, thought that Doge had cut the Senate, internships the legal internships for the Senate, and we have nothing to do with that. So if they have been cut, it's not to do with us. Just as an example. So it just became a bit ridiculous where any cut anywhere was somehow Doge, and including things that made no sense, and we would agree made no sense. There are many things that occur in the government because it's the banal evil of bureaucracy. It's sort of the frankly largely uncaring nature of bureaucracy. It's as the great Milton Friedman said, money is spent most poorly when it is someone else's money being spent on people you don't know, and that's how federal spending is. And then you can't really even blame the individuals because the way the government works is complaint minimization. So when you do try to, when someone within the government tries to stop that money being spent, there's usually someone that complains, and then their manager will say it's not worth the trouble, just pay it anyway. That happens over and over again.
So was it
I think it was an important thing. I think it was a necessary thing, and I think it will have a good effect in the future.
Thank you, President Trump. This week there was a video on board a plane that showed the First Lady of France slapping her husband, Emmanuel Macron. Do you have any world leader to world leader marital advice on those moments?
Make sure the door remains closed. That was not good. That was not good. No, I spoke to him, and he's fine. They're fine. They're two really good people. I know them very well, and I don't know what that was all about, but I know them very well, and they're fine.
What do you think about this Democratic Party plan to avoid being swept in every battleground state again by spending $20 million to study how to speak to American men?
Well, they spent 2.8 billion. We spent 1.5. We spent much less. We spent about half of what they spent, and at the end they were $28 million short. They had to be. They spent 2.8 billion. It's a lot, but they couldn't get 28 million at the end, and now they want to spend. I read that they want to spend money to learn how to talk. That's fake. You don't want to be fake. You shouldn't have to hire consultants to say what America needs, because then the consultants should be running the deal, not them. But I read that they want to spend a lot of money in each state. So we won all 7 swing states, 7 out of 7. We won a lot more than that. We won the popular vote. We won everything, and they want to spend money to find out what they did wrong. And I mean, I can tell you what they did wrong. I can tell you every one of their programs. When they say men playing in women's sports, I would say that's not a winner. When they say transgender for everybody, I think that's not a winner. When they say open borders so the entire world population of criminals can pour into our country, I don't think that's a winner. I mean, I just gave them that for free, but I don't know if they'll change their ways. I see them all the time. I see people that I know in Congress, Democrats, they're trying to justify some of the things I just said. You can't justify them. I always hear they're 80-20 issues. I say they're not 80-20, they're 97-3. They might be 99-1. They're not 80-20. They wish they were 80-20. And they're wasting a lot of money if they're going to continue with that nonsense.
And this one's a little bit more of a page 6 question, but back when you hosted The Apprentice, you mentioned once in 2012 that Diddy was a good friend of yours back then. He has since found himself in some very serious legal trouble.
Yeah, that's true.
Would you ever consider pardoning him?
Well, nobody's asked. You had to be the one to ask, Peter, but nobody's asked. But I know people are thinking about it. I know they're thinking about it. I think some people have been very close to asking. First of all, I'd look at what's happening, and I haven't been watching it too closely, although it's certainly getting a lot of coverage. I haven't seen him. I haven't spoken to him in years. He used to really like me a lot, but I think when I ran for politics, he sort of, that relationship busted up from what I read. I don't know. He didn't tell me that, but I'd read some little bit nasty statements in the paper all of a sudden. You know, it's different. You become a much different person when you run for politics and you do what's right. I could do other things, and I'm sure he'd like me, and I'm sure other people would like me, but it wouldn't be as good for our country. As we said, our country's doing really well because of what we're doing. So I can't, it's not a popularity contest. So I don't know. I would certainly look at the facts. If I think somebody was mistreated, whether they like me or don't like me, it wouldn't have any impact on me.
Mr. President, on the big beautiful bill, would you like to see the Senate build in some support for your tariffs on the big beautiful bill, or should that be a standalone bill?
I have great support on the tariffs. I mean, I was so honored that we got that ridiculous stay lifted, because that would have taken away presidential power. It would have taken away everything that was granted by the founders. It would have been a terrible thing. And it would have, most importantly, would have left us vulnerable. We have a lot of countries that use tariffs on us and use them viciously, actually, viciously. And if we didn't have the power to use tariffs on them, and instantly, not when you go back to Congress and try and get hundreds of people to agree on something, that would take months to get just one simple proclamation. If we didn't have the power to counteract their powers, you wouldn't have a country left. We have to act fast. We have to be fast and nimble, as they say. And that was a really great moment, I think, yesterday when that stay was lifted. And hopefully now we'll go to court and just win that battle. Because if we don't have the power to do what they're doing to us, we are going to be a great nation no longer.
Elon Musk was once idolized by folks on the left in this country before joining your administration. Now he's considered a hero by conservatives. Why do you think this man, what he's done in American life, has been so politicized? Does it only have to do with you?
His life has been amazing. I mean, I look at so many different things. I look at that rocket being, guided back into position. I've never seen that before. I thought it was a space movie. I thought it was a movie. You look at what he's done in terms of communication. It's been unbelievable. So many different, even tunnels going underground, not having to go through all the process of going, he's got a company that does that. He's got so many different companies. Starlink, as an example, he saved a lot of lives, probably hundreds of lives in North Carolina. I don't even know if you remember, but I called you. They needed Starlink in North Carolina. And I didn't know what the hell Starlink was. I said, what is it? Who owns it? He said, do you know Elon Musk? I said, yeah, I happen to know the gentleman. This was before his government stay. And they said, we really need it, because North Carolina was literally became an island. It was, people had no communication. They had no access to anything, and they were dying. And I called up Elon, and you can't get it because it's so successful. It's very hard to get. And he had so much of it brought over there, and they told me it was unbelievable. It saved a lot of lives. So, he's just done a lot of things. I don't think he gets credit for what he's done. But he's a very good person, too. You know what? If he wasn't a good person, but he did the same things, I'd probably maybe speak differently. He happens to be a really good person who loves the country.
Mr. President, on the one big beautiful bill, you had indicated this week that there were some things you didn't like about what had passed in the House. What changes do you want to see the Senate make? And you had also indicated there were things you didn't like about the bill. What would you be suggesting he push senators to change in their version?
Well, I'll tell you, I'll go first. It's an unbelievable bill. It cuts your deficits. It cuts, it's a huge cutting. But there's the things I'd like to see maybe cut a little bit more. I'd like to see a bigger cut in taxes. It's going to be the largest tax decrease or cut in the history of our country. I'd like to see it get down to an even lower number. I was shooting for a slightly lower number. I would have liked to have done that. But with all of that being said, when you look at the tax cut and the fact that the original tax cut, which made us so successful, we had the most successful 4 years in the history of our country, the economy, and this is going to be even better. And you see that by the reports that came out just yesterday or tonight. I guess they were released this morning at 8 o'clock. You see the kind of numbers where somebody that's a pro is like, whoa, I haven't seen numbers like this since I've been doing this. You know, these are human emotions of professionals that have never seen numbers like, and we've just started. The bill is a great bill. It's going to be jiggered around a little bit. It's going to be negotiated with the Senate, with the House. But the end result is it extends the Trump tax cuts. If it doesn't get approved, you'll have a 68% tax increase. You're going to go up 68%. That's a number that nobody's ever heard of before. You'll have a massive tax increase. If it does get approved, you'll have a large tax cut, the largest we've ever had. When you add the past tax cuts that we got you, the Trump tax, they call them the Trump tax cuts. It's an amazing bill. It does amazing things. With all of that, it's going to be adjusted a little bit over the next coming weeks, and I think it's going to be passed. The Republicans want to pass it. With all of the great things it does, including an extension of debt, it's the extension. We have to extend the debt. If we don't extend debt, we're in default. Now, the Democrats might like our country to be in default, but in 250 years, we've never been in default. That was handed to them by a very well-meaning man that gave it to them because he thought it was the right thing to do. It could have been their problem before the election, but this man thought it was the right thing to do, and he was well-meaning. I don't hold anything against him for that, but that was put on our plate when it should have been on the Democrats. September 28th, a famous date. It should have been taken care of by the Democrats, but this person, a man of power, gave it to us so that in June that comes due. Well, we have to take care of that because if we don't take care of it, we have a country in default, and we don't ever want to have a country in default. You know, I'll tell you, a certain senator, Elizabeth Warren, said that she would never, ever allow a default on our debt. She would never let it happen, and she would like to get rid of the debt ceiling, what's called the debt ceiling. I call it the debt extension because we really need an extension, that she'd like to see that gotten rid of. And there are many people that agree. Many Democrats agree with that. But we gave that through, and you know, I don't want to say an error. He did it well-meaning. They gave that to us. It was a Democrat problem just before the election. Would have had a huge impact on the election. And to our benefit, we won anyway, but to our benefit. But felt that really for the good of the country, we should extend that. But Elizabeth Warren and various other people would like to see that, her whole career she wanted to see it terminated, gotten rid of, not being voted on every 5 years or 10 years. And the reason was because it's so catastrophic for our country. And I always agreed with her. That was one thing I agreed with her on. Now, I haven't spoken to her, but I would say that if you asked her that question now, she'd say, no, it's their problem. But it's a very unfortunate situation. It's a very unfair situation. And she happened to be right on that. It should be gotten rid of, or it should simply be extended. But that's one of the things that gets taken care of in this bill. That automatically gets extended for a 4-year period, and it should be. But I agree with Elizabeth Warren on that. I think you should get rid of it. It's too catastrophic. Yeah, please, go ahead.
What message do you like to send to international students? Are they still welcomed to study in the United States? And one question for Mr. Musk.
The students? Well, we want to have great students here. We just don't want students that are causing trouble. We want to have students. I want to have foreign students. I think Harvard, you know, it's close to 31%. That's a lot. Our country's given $5 billion plus to Harvard over a short period of time. Nobody knew that. We found that out. I wouldn't say that was a Doge thing, but we found that out over a period of time. That was sort of a Trump thing. We ended up in litigation for other reasons because they're very anti-Semitic. And in finding out and in going through the books, we found out that the country gave them $5 billion plus, much more than that, actually. And we're having it out with them, and let's see what happens. I think we have a very good, well, it's a very sad case. It's a case we win. We can't lose that case because we have the right to make grants. We're not going to make any grants like that. But I don't think Harvard's been acting very nicely. I think Columbia wants to get to the bottom of the problem. They've acted very well. And there are other institutions, too, that are acting, but Harvard's trying to be a big shot. And all that happens is every 3 days we find another $100 million that was given. 2 days ago, we found $200 million more. The money's given to them like gravy. I'd like to see the money go to trade schools, where people learn how to fix motors and engines, where people learn how to build rocket ships, because you know somebody has to build those rocket ships.
Yeah.
And I'd like to see trade schools set up, because you could take $5 billion plus hundreds of billions more, which is what's spent, and you could have the greatest trade school system anywhere in the world. And that's what we need to build his rockets and robots and things that he's doing, and to build lots of other things. And you know, I went to school with people. In some cases, they weren't good students, but they could fix the engine of a car better than anybody I've ever seen. They could take it apart blindfolded. They had an ability at that. And they did very well. They made a lot of money. You know, it's a very skilled job. It's great. But I'd like to see a lot of money going into trade schools. I've always felt that. And we probably found our pot of gold, and that's what's been wasted at places like Harvard. And the money's been wasted. Yeah, please.
Yeah, I wanted to ask quickly, Mr. Musk, what is your eye okay? What happened to your eye? I noticed there's a bruise there.
Well, it wasn't. I wasn't anywhere near France, so. What does
that mean?
No, I didn't notice his eye.
First Lady of France. Getting slapped, you know.
I didn't notice.
Yeah, no, I was just horsing around with Little X, and I said, "Go ahead, punch me in the face," and he did. Turns out, even a 5-year-old punching you in the face actually does.
That was X that did?
Yeah.
X could do it. If you knew X, he
I
could
saw
do
his
it.
mom right now. But I didn't really feel much at the time, and then I guess it bruises up. But I was just horsing around with the kids.
I didn't notice it, actually.
President Trump, I got one. I know that you try to stay pretty neutral because not your war, but
And by the way, not my war. I just want to solve the problem for people. This was not a war that was going to happen if I were president.
Right, and so not your war, but as you try to fix it, and as you survey this hellscape of the Ukrainian front lines,
it's horrible.
And you and your team deal with a very stubborn Vladimir Putin.
Yeah.
Do you
and
Zelensky. Yeah. But do you look at this
very
conflict
Zelensky too.
any differently now? Like, do you look at this and see Putin as the good guy or the bad guy?
So I've known him very well, and I went through a lot of things with him because Russia was, you know, the Russia hoax turned out to be a total hoax. New York Times, they got a Pulitzer Prize. They have to give back the Pulitzer Prize. That's my lawsuit, and they're doing very poorly in that lawsuit. But you know, they wrote stories about how it was true and it was false, and you know, a lot of Washington Post also. I have gotten to see things that I was very surprised at. Rockets being shot into cities like Kiev during a negotiation that I felt was maybe very close to ending. We were going to solve a problem, and then all of a sudden rockets got shot into a couple of cities and people died. I saw things that I was surprised at, and I don't like being surprised. So I'm very disappointed in that way. With that being said, I'd like to see it end. 5,000 people, I think the number's even more than that, but 5,000 people a week are being killed. Mostly soldiers, but also people that live in little cities and towns throughout Ukraine. And I'd like to see that stop.
And I asked Caroline this yesterday, but I want to ask you directly. So many of the things that you're trying to do are held up in court right now. If the courts are going to have so much influence over U.S. policy, do you wish you would have just become a judge instead?
Yeah, well, look, it wasn't meant to be that way. If you look at the founders, the president had certain powers, and you have your three groups, and they all had supposed to be pretty equal powers. But you can't have a judge in Boston running foreign policy in places all over the country because he's got a liberal bent or he's a radical left person. That's what the executive branch is for, and you have checks and balances. But we had millions of people pour into our country, many criminals poured into our country, murderers, mental institutions from all over the world being emptied out into our country. And if we don't get them out and get them out quickly, we're going to could lose your country very easily. This is a bad, that anybody would allow this to happen to our country. You know, with all of the things, we took over inflation, we took over some wars, we took over a lot of problems that didn't exist when I was president. None of it existed. We wiped out ISIS. Other than that, we had no wars. Putin was never going to hit Ukraine. Israel would have never been attacked. That attack, as you know, Iran had no money. They didn't have money for Hamas. They didn't have money for Hezbollah. They had no money whatsoever. That wasn't going to happen. All of these things that happened weren't going to happen. You wouldn't have had inflation. So it's very sad when I came back. But the thing that is the hardest is that they allowed 21 million people into our country, and many of those people are stone-cold criminals. They moved their criminal population into the United States, and of all the things that, you know, are bad, I solved inflation, I believe, already. I got the fuel prices down. The fuel prices came down. That's one of the reasons. They screwed up the energy. They screwed up the cost of gasoline and oil and gas. And you had tremendous inflation, the greatest inflation probably in the history of our country under Biden. And when people said, oh, but the economy was, no, the economy was terrible for the people because they couldn't afford the energy. And the energy brought everything else up. Energy is the big deal. But with all of that, we solved that already. In 4 months, we solved it. $1.99, $1.98 gasoline. First time people have seen that in a long time since my term. But the hardest thing to solve is millions of people pouring into our country, many of whom are criminals. Because remember, these countries are smart. Their leaders are very street smart. They're sending the people that they don't want. They don't want the people that are there, that are law-abiding, that are productive, that are working hard. They want people that are in jails. We have them. They allow them to come in. And I always look to the other side, like, why would somebody do something? You know, in business, I try and study, why would they want to do this? Why would they want to sell it? Why would they want to buy it? One thing I can't figure out is, what would an administration, what were they thinking when they allowed millions of people from prisons all over the world, not just from South America, Venezuela, all over the world, from the Congo in Africa, hundreds of people, thousands of people from the Congo, rough prisoners, from Asia, from Europe, rough parts of Europe. Why would they allow them to come into our country? Why would they do that? It's the one thing I can't figure out. And I don't believe it was Joe Biden. I really don't. I mean, look, he's been a sort of a moderate person over his lifetime, not a smart person, but a somewhat vicious person, I will say. If you feel sorry for him, don't feel so sorry because he's vicious. What he did with his political opponent and all of the people that he hurt a lot of people, Biden. And so I really don't feel sorry for him. But he wasn't a person that would allow murderers to come into our country. He wasn't a person that was in favor of transgender for anybody that wanted it, take kids out of families, et cetera, et cetera. So I just don't understand why a thing like this, how a thing like this could have been allowed to happen. Very sad. It's very sad for our country.
If I could add something to that,
which
is, I think the fundamental moral flaw of the left is empathy for the criminals and not empathy for the victims. Empathy for the criminals, but not empathy for the victims. And there's been way too much of that. That needs to stop. To the president's point, there's been immense judicial overreach that is unconstitutional, that was never intended. And it's undermining the people's faith in the legal system. It needs to stop. It's gone too far.
And just today, we had, just a couple of hours ago, we had a great decision from the Supreme Court, thank goodness, that was very important. We had two important decisions yesterday on the tariffs, because again, we have to be able to fight a fair fight with other countries. Howard, would you say we have to be able to use tariffs to fight people that use tariffs on us? I mean, if we didn't have that power of tariffs, we would economically be destroyed as a country, because they will destroy us. Other countries will destroy us with unchecked tariffs. We can check them when we have the use. They tried to take that that power away from us. And if you take that power away, we're not going to have a country. We won't have an economically viable country. But it's very important on immigration that we be able to get people out without having to go through a long court case. I mean, it was up to some of these judges. Every single one of these millions of people, criminals, prisoners that were let go from jails because they save a fortune when they do. They brought them into the United States. You know what they're saving? The money they're saving? But some of murders, it's very important that we're able to get those people out of here fast, bring them back to their country where they belong. And those countries take them, because if they don't take them, they have to go through the wrath of the United States, and they take them. But we have judges that don't want that to happen. And it's a terrible thing. That's going through the court system right now, that whole situation. But when ICE and with Border Patrol, they've done an incredible job. When they do this incredible job and they capture 100 killers and drug dealers, and we can't keep them for years here as we go through trials. We have to get them out rapidly, and we know who they are. We know who they are. And we're very careful about who they are, but we have to get them out rapidly, or again, we're not going to have a country. Okay? Maybe one or two more. Go ahead.
Are you concerned that tariff may also affect companies like Tesla, which has parts manufactured abroad? And this is also to you, Mr. Musk.
Well, he's going to end up building his whole car here. I mean, I thought he built his whole car. Pretty much he does. He's got incredible factories, and like I looked at one in Texas. It's unbelievable. No, all of the manufacturers will build their parts here too. I mean, it used to bother me. They make a part in Canada, a part in Mexico, a part in Europe, and it's sent all over the place, and nobody knew what the hell was happening. I think it's ridiculous. You build a car, make it in America, and I gave them a little leeway on that. You know, gave them some leeway. But over the next year, they've got to have the whole thing built in America. That's what we want. We want America to buy American-built cars. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you, guys. Thanks, guys.
Good meeting. It was a good meeting.
Are you considering
Thanks, guys. Keep going, keep going, keep going. Thank you. Thanks, guys.
All right, everybody. You are listening to President Trump from the Oval Office. A very good afternoon. I'm Carol Masser, along with Jess Metten, in for Tim Stenovic on this Friday edition of Bloomberg Business Week Daily. It's a busy one. It's not a quiet one. And the president has been speaking for about 50 minutes. Next to him in the Oval Office, of course, has been Elon Musk. It's kind of a farewell to Elon, although Elon specifically saying that he will still be very much involved. We did also see the Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent, next to the desk as well, and next to Elon, along with the Commerce Secretary, Howard Lutnick. A lot to get to. We want to bring in Max Chafkin, senior reporter at Bloomberg Business Week, co-host of the Everybody's Business and Elon Inc. podcast. So much more. A very close follower of all things Elon. You've been listening along with us. Elon kind of not leaving, though.
No, not leaving. And you know, I think those of us who follow this closely kind of expected this to some extent. I mean, Trump signaled it last night in his post on Truth Social. Also, you know, for all this talk of Elon getting pushed out or making his exit, we've seen those headlines. There have sure been a lot of events at the White House or at Trump-related things over the last month. They brought up the presidential travel, Musk joining Trump on this tour in the Middle East. We've also seen these kind of valedictory, this isn't even the first valedictory kind of appearance. There was a cabinet meeting, I believe, last month. The thing is, Trump needs Elon Musk. The Republicans need Elon Musk. He was the biggest donor to Republican candidates or Republican campaigns in the 2024 cycle. They are certainly counting on him in the 2026 cycle, and having him on side, having him a part of this, having this show of unity is helpful to the president in helping to bring Republican members of Congress around to, you know, to pass the big, beautiful bill or anything else. You know, on the other hand, Musk also needs Trump, right? He, for all the reasons that made him an enthusiastic supporter of Donald Trump. I mean, SpaceX is a large government contractor. Tesla is a highly regulated company. It goes on and on. Having this close relationship is very valuable. So I think it's in both their interests to keep this going. It is clear, though, that Elon Musk's kind of connection to Doge, and I think to a greater extent, the kind of prominence of Doge, the vision of Doge as this kind of Elon Musk-driven, maximalist, frenetic, getting in there and breaking stuff.
Right.
That feels like it's sunsetting.
And to be fair, there have been numbers put out by the administration and others about, I think Elon specifically said that he still expects to hit that, I think, $1 trillion in cuts over the years or something, some large numbers.
Yeah.
But the point is, everybody's done a lot of reporting, including Bloomberg, that really questioned some of the numbers that have been out there and what ultimately they will achieve in terms of cuts.
Yeah, well, and even if you take what he said, right, it's $1 trillion over an undefined time period.
Right.
Big difference from where Elon Musk was, during the campaign, when during an event with Howard Lutnick, he said $2 trillion a year. That was then downgraded to $1 trillion. And so, by his own admission, and I think anyone who was familiar with the working of the federal government could have told him this. There were experts certainly at the time saying this is going to be very hard. That was probably an unrealistic goal. Of course, Elon Musk is all about unrealistic goals, right? That's kind of his thing. He even by his own account, likes to set these audacious goals, even if you fall short, even if you're a little late, it's still impressive.
Even if you get a black eye from your 5-year-old son.
He's going to argue that 160 billion, which is the claimed figure, is significant. It's not a small number. It's just so far off from where they were. And when you look at the deficit projections from this latest spending bill, right, it's not a huge number.
And Musk even pointed out that he wants to focus more on his businesses. I mean, if you're looking at Tesla's stock down close to 13% year to date, but Trump said himself that Musk will be back and forth. So how would shareholders and investors in his companies feel about this?
Elon Musk is walking a line here, and there's even sort of some kind of contradictions within the movements of the share price, because of course the stock went crazy up after Trump was elected. The story we heard back then was, the stock is going up because Elon Musk is going to have all this access. And then we reached a point where the stock went up, started trading up because Elon Musk said he was stepping away. Now, I think the truth is Tesla investors are very much on board with pretty much whatever Elon Musk says. They believe that this is a shareholder base that is different from most publicly traded companies. There is a level of belief in the CEO that is greater than a normal company. They are trusting that Elon Musk can walk a line, that he can simultaneously focus on all these companies. He's running 5 companies at the same time while maintaining his role, as we heard just now, as an advisor. I mean, there was a little bit of a shift there. You heard a question about, is he going to be involved 24/7 with his companies? It was a claim that Elon Musk made on Twitter just a few days ago. Elon Musk didn't respond to that directly, but he did say, I will continue to be an advisor and a friend. I hear that, and I think this is, this relationship, as we heard from the president and from Elon Musk, it will continue.
Really fascinating stuff, Max. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Max Chafkin, senior reporter at Bloomberg Business Week, co-host of the Everybody's Business and Elon Inc. podcast. Check it out because they really do follow the day-to-day gyrations of all things Elon. Hey, listen, also listening in on that press conference is our own Josh Wingrove, normally in D.C., but we find him in Pennsylvania on this Friday. We'll explain that in just a moment. But Josh, want to bring you in because you were listening. What stood out for you among the comments from the president and Elon Musk as well?
Yeah, I mean, what's clear is that there's going to be an ongoing relationship between the two of them. It's not just them attesting to it. Howard Lutnick saying the same thing last night. So Mr. Musk is gone, but not really gone, if you will forgive me for that sort of double speak. What's also clear is that the target of savings that they were talking about is absolutely not materializing, or at least is not materialized yet. Remember, it wasn't even $1 trillion. He was talking about $2 trillion when Elon Musk made that initial commitment back in Madison Square Garden on the campaign trail. That has come down substantially from that. Now $1 trillion, and they're not near that either in their stated numbers and certainly much less in their posted numbers. So the savings that they're finding are much more modest than they wanted, and there are sort of ongoing questions about what Doge will look like, not only with the departure of Mr. Musk, but with his number 2 as well, reportedly.
And Josh, of course, you are in Pennsylvania, like Carol mentioned, ahead of Trump's expected remarks on this partnership announcement when you're talking about Nippon Steel as well as U.S. Steel. What are you expecting to hear from Trump later on this afternoon about this?
Well, as we know, Trump announced about a week ago the planned partnership. We've been waiting on details on that, and our reporting earlier this week was that talks were ongoing. It's a big question mark right now hanging over the status of those talks, including what specific provisions on American control, whether the U.S. will have control over a certain number of board seats. We're waiting for details on all that, but behind me you may see a sign that says a golden age. There are signs that say make USS great again or U.S. Steel great again, of course the president's slogan. So Trump seems on board. The White House has been referring to it as a deal this week, so the stock is trading pretty much near the offer price of $55, so most people seem to think that this is all but baked, but we really are missing some key details, including on whether that quote-unquote golden share that Senator David McCormick of Pennsylvania talked about would ultimately come through, and if that's an equity stake or not. I'll show you, I don't know if you guys can see, but this is the situation. They're handing these out here. So I think it gives you a sense of the president's mood heading into this event.
There are so many questions. Partnership, deal, golden shares. Josh, just got about 45, 50 seconds left. I'm looking at you, this background. It looks like, the campaign trail again. It's really kind of wild. So what is this moment for the president?
Yeah, this is absolutely a rally setup, campaign style event. So we're going to see him, really flip. Remember, he campaigned against this deal during the election campaign, but there's been a lot of pressure for him to reverse course, including from Republicans, one who's standing next to me on another network talking about why they made that choice. So Trump is sort of, now on board with the deal. Two changes he'll tout. Increased investment. Nippon Steel reportedly pledging $14 billion instead of $2.7, their initial pledge of additional investment on top of the purchase price. And secondly, Trump is claiming American control because of those mitigation provisions. We just don't know what those are yet, so it's tough to say, but it looks like it'll be, Japanese control. Senator McCormick has said U.S. Steel will remain in the ownership profile of Nippon Steel. In other words, the Japanese will own it, but the Americans will remain with some levers of control. All
right, looking forward to it. We're going to be all over it, as you are as well. Josh Wingrove, thank you so much. Certainly a noisy setting there in Pennsylvania, but I'll be curious to see what the president has to say about the deal and get the particulars. All right, folks, this was largely a D.C. hour, no doubt about it. Lots more to come on Bloomberg Business Week with Jess and myself. If you're watching on TV, the close is coming your way in just a moment. Do not go anywhere, though. Bloomberg Business Week Daily continues on this Friday.
big league pitcher has hired round-the-clock security for his family. Here's correspondent Steve Kathan.
Houston Astros pitcher Lance McCullers Jr. has been outspoken about online death threats he's received.
Threatening to find my kids and murder them is a little bit tough.
He's now hired private security for his family. Boston pitcher Liam Hendricks has been among others targeted too. Some have cited the cancer survivor's health. Police in Major League Baseball are investigating. Milwaukee's Christian Yelich says over the past few years, abuse from fans has definitely increased, some of it over lost bets. Steve Kathan, CBS News.
The American Cancer Society estimates there are about 18 million cancer survivors in this country, and that number could grow to 22 million over 10 years. Currently, about half of all survivors were diagnosed in the past 10 years. 4 out of 5 are 60 or older. I'm Cammie McCormick, CBS News.
The Peace Lily is...
This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily, reporting from the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead, with insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy. Plus, global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week Daily, with Carol Masser and Tim Stenovec. Live on Bloomberg Radio, television, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals.
All right, everybody, we are just about 55 minutes away from the closing bell on this Friday, getting ready to wrap up the trading day and the trading week. Tim is out today. Jess Metten, Bloomberg News Deputy Team Leader for U.S. Equities, is in the house. And bouncing around, we're pretty much at our best levels of the session, Jess.
are.
It looks like, I actually think stocks took a leg up when President Trump in the Oval Office, he just wrapped up some comments, made some comments about thinking we can work things out with China because U.S.-China trade tensions, again, have weighed on the trade today.
And even though it seems more like kind of a blah day in trading, last trading session of May, still overall, the S&P 500 up about 5.8% this month. So that would be on pace for its best May since the 1990s,
All right,
to put
so
that in perspective.
Good month, even if things feel a little blah. All right, we're going to talk about the trade. We're going to talk about today's economic data in just a moment. We're going to talk about the return of spheres of influence, kind of the next carving up or potential carving up geopolitically of our world. And then a little bit later on in our 4 o'clock hour, we're going to talk with Ayesha Curry. Yeah, you know the name, Steph Curry's wife, but she is doing so many different things in food, in philanthropy, in publishing. So we're going to get into that a little bit later on. But let's get to the trade because, folks, we're pretty much at our best levels of the session, at least on the S&P, it looks like. Here's Charlie Powell.
Thank you very much. Indeed, the S&P now lower by 5 points, down under 0.1%. The Dow solidly in the green as we wrap up the trading month of May. Minutes to go here, 54 to be precise, up 76 points right now. That is a gain of 0.2%. We've got the Dow down 97, a decline on the Dow Industrials now of 0.5%. Our Mag 7 index down 0.9%, with a 10-year 4.42%, the 2-year 3.91%. Spot gold down $23 the ounce. Right now down 0.7%. Gold $32.94 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude $60.71 a barrel. WTI down 0.4%. And Bitcoin now lower by 1.3%. 104,797 on Bitcoin. Bottom line here, we are just about to wrap up the best May since 1990 with the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all trading mixed right now. We got more on the markets for you coming up in just a moment. A notable declining stock today, Gap. It is plunging 19.2% after the apparel firm predicted a tariff impact of as much as $300 million and revealed stubborn weakness at two of its smaller brands, Banana Republic and Athleta. Again, Gap shares, they're down now by 19.2%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now, wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Man, that's sticking with me, Jess. Best May since 1990. You highlighted. That's pretty impressive.
Right. It's actually rivaling, depending on where the close, it's either going to be 1990 or 1997.
Still
so we'll
a long
have to
time.
make it till 4 p.m. to see what the final tally
Can
is.
I say this? Were you born?
Yes, believe it or not. Well, actually, maybe I shouldn't say that, but I was born before the 90s.
I'm just saying, like a little perspective. I just like, just reminds me.
No,
I
I was
we're
around.
young, but I mean,
I was young, but I was around.
All right. Let's get to some of what we got today. Reads, I definitely was around. Reads on confidence and sentiment today. There are data points too on kind of where we get reads on actual activity, what people are doing in terms of spending or not spending. We did get U.S. consumers hitting the brakes when it comes to spending. We got that this morning. Goods imports sank by a record, and U.S. consumer sentiment rebounded in late May from one of the lowest readings on record. So there's a lot of stuff going on. So let's get to our eco and trading roundup. Sorry, I didn't mean to say that.
No, it's okay.
Bloomberg Economics U.S. economist Stuart Paul is in the house, along with Bloomberg News senior editor, Equities America's Eric Weiner, both in our Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. Eric, I want to start. Stuart, I want to start with you. The eco data, I think, is important to get an idea of what are the fundamentals behind our economy right now.
Yeah. So we got the.
Eric, you were like, don't ask me if I was born. Sorry, open mouth, insert foot. Okay, Stuart, take it away.
So this morning we got the April Personal Income and Outlays Report, which includes PCE inflation. Core PCE inflation is the Fed's preferred price gauge. So it's important when we think about monetary policy and whether the Fed is going to resume rate cuts in the months ahead. What we ended up seeing is that there was more pass-through from tariffs in April into PCE prices than I think even the Fed was anticipating, certainly more than the White House was anticipating. Goods prices rose pretty materially, services prices retreated, and we saw a shifting of consumer spending based on where they're feeling the pinch in terms of prices. There was a major retreat in spending on goods, where there was pass-through from tariffs, and there was a bit more of an increase on services, which are now relatively cheaper. The thing to keep in mind in the inflation landscape going forward is that there was major drag exerted on the April inflation print from financial services prices. And financial services prices move with a lag, but they move with equity markets. And so the sell-off that we saw in equities earlier this year, past few months, and that we now see reversing with the best May since the 90s, is just going to result in additional inflation in the months ahead. So even though the headline figures for inflation were relatively good, we are seeing inflation pass through, and we're likely to see an uptick in services inflation coming down the pipe.
I want to bring Eric in the conversation, not just because he's my editor, but working on one of my stories running this weekend.
Because he is your editor.
To get the read through for equities, because from a trading perspective, how do they synthesize the economic data and then try to make trades off of this going into the summer?
Well, to Stuart's point, everybody's really aware of the lag, and the lag can last even longer. I mean, if you look at the last Trump administration, there was a significant lag of when the tariffs went on and then when we started feeling it. So the idea that we're moving into something that is certain is wrong. We're moving into more uncertainty. There's less clarity in the market right now than there's been at any time, because we are starting to see some of this stuff drift in, but we don't have the full picture. So you're kind of guessing. To the extent the way you trade this is, it appears staples are moving well, defensive stuff is moving well.
Dividend pairs.
Yeah, but consumer discretionary is pretty scary. And then the question becomes, what happens with, say, travel in the summer, and what happens with, the services point is a great one. We tend to focus on the goods, but we do a lot with services. And if you look at that and the prices of them just starting to go up, that will be a major area where people will cut back.
Well, and I want to go back to, because the president started his press conference, news conference from the White House, Oval Office, talking about inflation and highlighting a competitor's networks, saying that inflation, like they brought inflation down. Your point is that, hold on, everybody. Like, we're going to see what happens, certainly, in future data points.
That's right. Inflation risk is definitely skewed to the upside. Pipeline price pressures have been mounting. You could see that when you look in PMIs and different survey data. And when you look at the distribution of price increases throughout the economy, you do see the inflation pressures coming from tariffs. What matters is how consumers end up responding to those changes in prices and in relative prices. Going to pull back on spending on goods, may spend a little bit more on services. The question is, to some extent, whether, as we get into the summer travel season, for example, whether the rotation of domestic consumers into more discretionary services can offset the retreat in spending on U.S. services coming from abroad. For example, there's been a lot of cancellations of travel into the U.S. from abroad. And for that reason, we think that that's one of the explanations why there's going to be relatively little hiring in the May jobs report. We're expecting just 90,000 jobs added, in large part because of a pullback in leisure and hospitality hiring, which had been one of the bright spots. But when you see that pullback in leisure and hospitality hiring, it's because firms are anticipating exactly what Eric was talking about, a little bit of weak demand, especially in some of the discretionary services, some of those affected by policy, including weak travel from abroad.
And I'm glad you brought that up because consumer discretionary is actually the worst performing sector year to date, to Eric's point. But then on the flip side, industrials
down 6%.
Are the best ones when you're thinking about how closely tied they are to the economy. So when you're working with reporters, especially when they're doing earnings related stories and how CEOs are viewing the trajectory, what are you seeing?
Well, CEOs are about as pessimistic as they've ever been, or as they've been in a very long time. And it's hard to gauge that because if you're in a period like this, it makes sense to talk down your results and to minimize expectations so you don't get burnt on the other end. You're kind of given
like an option to do that, right, in this environment.
You've got some runway to do that. However, and this gets to the China point, you don't know what your input costs are going to be. Like if you're the big industrials, they've done well, and some of that is a pull forward of activity that's been going on where people were trying to rush in before things hit. But at the same time, if you're building a complex product and it has parts coming from all over the place and you don't exactly know what each of those parts is going to cost, it makes it much more difficult for you to identify what the widget at the end of it is going to cost and then what your margin will be and what you can charge, because you don't know what the consumer will pay. So there's a lot of uncertainty out there if you're trying to manage through this.
I know when we were at Milken on the West Coast, I mean, we're talking with a bunch of big developers, and they're like, you're going to think twice before doing some construction because there's so many pieces that come from overseas, and you're not going to start a project until you make sure you have everything. All right, we've got about a minute left here. So I don't know, Stuart, this moment in time on Friday, kind of our environment, what's changed? I mean, are we just still kind of waiting until we get some resolution with all the trade and tariff stuff?
I think for a long time we've had a lot of uncertainty about trade policy. We've started to see a little bit of bright spots in terms of tariffs being paused. Over the last several months, everyone has just pointed to really solid hard data. But I think that we're starting to see cracks in the hard data. Okay. I think that we're seeing weak inflation because consumers are pulling back on spending on goods where they're feeling some price pressures. I think that we're going to see weak services spending, and I think that the cracks in the labor market are going to continue widening. We'll see more of that next week.
What do those cracks mean for investors?
It means that it's very hard to game this market. And you also have to keep in mind that the last time, the estimates are 12 to 18 months before tariffs actually filter through. So we really don't have a great gauge on where things stand.
Okay. Which could mean, though, if ultimately, bottom line, we have a higher tariff environment, which we are going to at some level, there's going to be an impact.
It's demand destructive.
Yeah. All right. Bummers. Thanks, guys. All right, we're going to leave it there. Have a great weekend. Bloomberg Economics U.S. economist Stuart Paul and Bloomberg News senior editor Equities America's Eric Weiner in our studio. Hey, coming up next, a recent article from Foreign Affairs about carving up the world. We talk geopolitics.
It's 3:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We are looking at a loss of just 1 point right now on the S&P 500 index. A little change there. We got 39 minutes to go until we wrap up the trading month of May. The Dow now higher by 97 points. That is a gain of 0.2%, while NASDAQ is down 81. For the NASDAQ Composite Index, a drop there of 0.4%. The Bloomberg Mag 7 Index does remain lower, trading down now by about 0.9%. The 10-year, 4.41%. The 2-year, 3.90%. Gold down $24 the ounce, down 0.7%. 32.93 right now on the precious metal, while West Texas Intermediate crude down 0.5%, 60.64 a barrel. And this Bloomberg Business Flash is brought to you by ShipStation. Calm the chaos with the shipping software that delivers. Use code Bloomberg for a free trial at ShipStation.com. That's ShipStation.com with the code Bloomberg. So we are only minutes to go until we wrap up the trading month of May. On to the trading month of June. Ethan Devitt is Chief Global Market Strategist of Meta, and she was a guest this morning on Bloomberg Surveillance. We asked her what to expect as we head into the new trading month.
I think we're going to see a continuation of this type of volatility. We're obviously going to see getting close to drop-dead dates on some of these tariff renegotiations. We'll see how the negotiations actually play out. We're going to see more and more clarity in terms of the actual impact of tariffs on prices. We've only seen really sporadic clarity up to now.
Ethan Devitt of Moneta interviewed on Bloomberg Surveillance. Palantir shares up by 4.5%, putting the stock on track for a record close after the Trump administration reported, the New York Times reported that the Trump administration has expanded the data analysis software company's work across the federal government in recent months. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. Carol Massar along with Jess Metten in for Tim Stenovec live here on this Friday. Hey, listen, we did hear from President Trump just from the Oval Office. He did say he expected to speak to Chinese President Xi Jinping after accusing China of violating an agreement with the United States to ease tariffs. So we did see kind of a ratcheting up of tensions between the world's two largest economies. That was initially putting pressure on some of the trade, but it did seem that some of that eased, as we did hear a comment out of the White House saying that he expected to actually speak to the Chinese president. But I have to say, geopolitically, so much going on. We've got the strained and evolving U.S.-China relationship, the Russia-Ukraine war, how that may end, when it will end, the Middle East, Israel and Hamas, Greenland, and more. Everyone is kind of looking at maybe what is the new global world order going forward. And 80 years later, it's hard not to wonder if the world is really kind of headed toward another Yalta Conference and a carving up of our world. Our next guest actually wrote about it for Foreign Affairs magazine. It caught our attention. It's great to have with us Monica Tufts. She's professor of international politics at the Fletcher School at Tufts University. She's taught at Oxford University's Blavatnik School of Government, Harvard University's JFK School of Government, and she spent 4 years in the U.S. Army as a Russian linguist. And she joins us from Medford, Massachusetts. Monica, great to have you here with us. How are you?
I'm terrific. Thanks for having me, Carol and Jess.
Well, it's good to have you here. There's so much coming at us domestically, but also continually geopolitically. The president just talking about various parts of the world, whether it's Russia, Ukraine, whether it's about China and trade, just from the Oval Office. Is the world about to be carved up in a new way, just like we saw after World War II?
It's a question still. I think we have to watch it. I did write this piece, and it's a speculative piece in the sense of using history, basically, of looking at prior history to try to understand what's happening. We do seem to be in a liminal moment right now where you have leaders who are talking about expansive aims. And when I talk about expansive aims, it's not only economically, but it's politically. So you have President Trump coming in and talking about Greenland. Maybe it would be nice for Greenland to be part of the United States, Canada, and then taking control over the Panama Canal. And then you have Russian President Vladimir Putin actually going in and taking Crimea and then 4 other provinces. And then, of course, we know China's President Xi would love to reacquire Taiwan. And they seem to be in a position right now politically to be able to talk about this in, this kind of language of expanding their nations geographically. And each of them seems to have sort of ideas that this is somewhat desirable. So the question is whether they succeed, right? Putin is not succeeding right now. China has not made a play for Taiwan. And President Trump, it's not clear that he has the capacity or the full desire to take Greenland, Canada. So it's a question mark still.
Well, this concept of, Professor Toft, of spheres of influence or sphere of influence, not a new one. It's been around. They change, right? So is it, I don't know, if we think about a new carving up, is it a good thing or a bad thing or TBD?
I think it depends upon your perspective. So for the states that have managed to, and the statesmen that managed to, establish a new sphere of influence, it could be a good thing. But for the states that are sort of gobbled up within that sphere, it's not such a great thing, because basically those larger countries, what they're doing is they're using their advantages in military power, military might, economic leverage, and diplomacy, right, to secure those spheres of influence, get control of those geographic areas in order to exert more control economically and militarily without necessarily exercising formal sovereignty. And the question is over time, are they benign? So do they do good, right? Will they help develop the countries that they sort of move into? Or are they malign? Are they repressive? Generally speaking, when we were living in the world between 1945 and let's say 1991 during the Cold War period, we had the liberal West, right? And that was one bloc, and that was our sphere with Western Europe. And then you had this sort of Warsaw Pact. And within the Warsaw Pact, that was considered the Soviet Union sphere. And it didn't go so well for the East Europeans, which is why today, or in the post-1990 period, the post-Cold War period, many of those Eastern European countries try to get into the Western side, right? Into the Western sphere. And the United States was the great stabilizer. What's kind of tossed this all up in the air at this point is two things. The first factor is Russian President Vladimir Putin going into Ukraine and actually using force to do that. And then secondarily, you now have a U.S. president talking in these expansive terms about possibly expanding United States territory. So it does seem to be a situation where there is change, afloat, and whether it's a good or bad thing, I think we need to suspend judgment. But I will tell you, it tends not to be a good thing. In fact, I could have, titled the piece "Fears of War." Right? Because what happens is you get up into those buffer areas between where the different spheres rub up against one another, and who gets to control what part. How deep do you go into each other's sphere of influence?
How does China play into this?
It's a great question. And the thing is if you think about President Xi, he's very conservative in his movements, right? Basically, President Xi wants to keep the Chinese economy humming, right? So he has to keep the middle class happy, keep the jobs, make sure that the real estate market doesn't collapse. And so for him, the economy is everything, because it's the legitimacy on which the Communist Party and President Xi built his power. On the other hand, you have this thing looming in the background, which is nationalism. And Chinese, just like Americans, there's nationalism. And they believe that Taiwan is part of Chinese territory. And when you've got another major power, the United States, supporting Taiwan, which the Chinese see as theirs, that leads to tensions. And so the Chinese, on the one hand, under President Xi, recognize that war is very costly, right? We understand that war can be quite costly. Yet, on the other hand, there's these impulses that they need to expand economically. Oh, and by the way, politically, in terms of nationalism, it would be nice to reacquire some territories that they see as rightfully their own.
We are talking with Monica Toft. She's professor of international politics at the Fletcher School at Tufts University. We're talking about an article that she has written for Foreign Affairs entitled "The Return of Spheres of Influence." Monica, Professor Toft, I want to relate it to the Bloomberg audience. And I think about every story, there is, I feel like, a money component to it, right? A market component, an economic component. So if indeed we are seeing up a new carving up, and as you said, it depends on kind of how it gets carved up, but should we assume that there are implications then for financial markets, for economies? And I do think about this U.S. exceptionalism where it seems to be waning. We're talking about that a lot more today than at the beginning of the year, January 1st, when we talked about U.S. exceptionalism reigning supreme, and that applied to financial markets.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, it does matter quite a bit for the economy and for trade and for U.S. exceptionalism. And I think what's happening under the Trump administration is they're sort of tossing that exceptionalism further up in the air, right? So we do have sort of now competing powers. China has risen economically, and what's so interesting about the Chinese case is the United States helped that through the 1990s and early 2000s until all of a sudden we have the crisis in 2008, and China, and actually both China under Xi and Russian President Putin, look at that 2008 crisis and think, maybe that Western capitalism isn't so great. Maybe the American dollar isn't as secure as we thought it was. And so you started seeing sort of the decoupling and trying to sort of vary out and diversify their economies a little bit more. So economics is absolutely critical to this story. But I think it's interesting. I'm now talking to people about political risk. It used to be geoeconomic risk,
right?
And now people are thinking, wow, politics really matter. And I'm thinking, of course they do. I'm a political scientist by training,
right?
But when you have leaders making major decisions about tariffs and trade, and who the rival is, right? Then you're going to have changes in the economic markets.
We only have a couple of minutes left. I want to ask you if indeed, when we see some end to the Russia-Ukraine war, if Ukraine has to give back or let go of some territory, and that is certainly seen as another win in terms of President Putin expanding his territory again after that initial annexation of Crimea, that sends a very big message, right, to the world in terms of great powers being able to take land.
Yes. What it does is it validates the use of force, right? So it basically says if you use force, then potentially you're going to be able to keep the territory that you have actually conquested and now occupy. But you know what I want to do is I'd love for the audience to think about sort of extending their time horizon. So in the shorter term or the medium term, it may be the case that Ukraine may have to modify some of its territorial construct, right? The nature and the size of the state. But over the longer term, Putin is not going to be in power the whole time. You may not have such sort of a hyper-nationalist in power. And Ukraine may be able to renegotiate or get that territory back, maybe by having a referendum down the road and having some, proper electoral processes that allow the Crimeans and then those 4 provinces, the folks there. So it doesn't necessarily have to be seen as a done deal. Yes, in the moment, it would be quite painful. Again, I was talking about Chinese nationalism.
Right.
Ukrainians are nationalists, right? This is going to be very painful, right, for the country. So yes, Ukraine could be left in a rump state. But what I'd say is over the longer term, they may be able to get that territory back. It's happened before historically.
So it's interesting. I mean, political changes in governments, whether it's Russia, the United States, China, I mean, these things, as you say, kind of are going to impact things more longer term. Monica, thank you so much. Monica Toff, professor of international politics at the Fletcher School at Tufts University, joining us from Medford, Massachusetts. Folks, we've got a little bit of a rally underway. We're up about, we're flat on the S&P. We're up 2 points. I know. Tim's like, don't say.
Still
it's
a
not
great
rally.
May.
It is. This is Bloomberg.
It's 3:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We have got 20 minutes to go until we wrap up the trading month of May. Right now, we have got the S&P 500 index holding on to a gain. The Dow higher. NASDAQ is lower. So let's head right over to the first word breaking news desk for today's afternoon call. Here he is, Bill Maloney.
And good afternoon, Charlie. U.S. stocks are mixed in a choppy session, but well off the session lows. Dow is currently up 92 points. S&Ps are a little changed, and NASDAQ is still lower by 0.4%. The U.S. 10-year yield is at 4.41. Gold and oil are in the red, and Bitcoin, that's down by 1.2%. Among the main 11 S&P sectors, leaders were consumer staples and utilities. Energy was under pressure, and leaders to the upside in the Dow, Walmart and Amgen, while NVIDIA fell 3% and led to the downside. After earnings, Gap plunged as much as 21%. And regarding the tariffs, the U.S. plans wider China sanctions in the tech space with a subsidiary crackdown. Wrapping things up, Palantir rose to an all-time intraday high. Live from the first breaking news desk, I'm Bill Maloney. Charlie?
Okay, we thank you very much, Bill Maloney. Have a great weekend. And to hear live breaking news over your Bloomberg, type Squawk, SQUA, on your Bloomberg terminal. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
I'm driving in my car.
How about you let me drive?
Oh, no. This is not a toy. Who's gonna drive you home? Honey, please, I'll do the driving. Drive on. Excuse me, I want to drive.
It's the question that drives us.
This is the drive to the close.
That funky music will drive us till the dawn.
On Bloomberg Radio.
All right, TikTok, everybody. Just about 18 minutes coming up on the close on this Friday, wrapping up the day and the trading week overall. Just heard from Bill and Charlie. We're definitely, I said a rally, but I meant earlier, like rally off our lows, but we're still just down about 2 points on the S&P 500 and just down about 43 on the NASDAQ 100, but much more positive than we were earlier in the session.
That's right. And it looks like the S&P 500 still on course for its best May since 1990, Carol. So we'll see if that can hold through 4 p.m.
35 years. That's a long time. All right, let's get to it. Tyler Rosenlicht is with us, portfolio manager, head of natural resource equities at the publicly held investment firm Cohen & Steers. He is here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker studio. Keep in mind, the firm has about $87 billion in assets under management. Tyler, you reminded me, it's been a while. Good to have you back. Just let's start broadly, big picture. Your investment thesis and focus. Talk to us a little bit about it, especially against the backdrop of, every day we're following news out of Washington and what kind of impact that has on policy and ultimately industries and corporate earnings.
Well, thanks so much for having me. I guess there's kind of two pieces that I can talk about. One is the infrastructure side and one is natural resource equities. And I think both of them are really well positioned today. I'd start with infrastructure. I think there's a lot of uncertainty out there, and every day we wake up to new news that's causing a lot of concern.
Right.
What we like about infrastructure is it's really predictable. We think about it as a lower volatility, downside protected asset class. It's the stuff that you have to pay for as a consumer. It's what helps make the economy run. So we've seen a lot of interest in infrastructure, and it's very sensible to us.
You have a lot of energy companies in that fund specifically.
So within infrastructure, it's just utilities and then pipeline companies. For us, it's really the predictable.
So it is truly the infrastructure.
Just the infrastructure. Now, we have natural resource equities as well, which invests across the energy value chain, metals and mining, and agribusiness. That's also seeing a lot of interesting things today, just given all the volatility that we have.
So how do you read, with everything going on with the economic data, to the back and forth with the trade headlines, how do you use those types of stories to then try to figure out what the best investment thesis is?
Yeah, so let's start with infrastructure. So one of the unique things about it as an asset class is the risk that really keeps us up at night is regulatory risk and changes to regulation, changes to policy. That can be on the national level. Are we going to potentially privatize Amtrak? Could that mean for us as investors? Or on the more local level. So is the utility commission going to change the rules of the game or the returns for a local utility? So our focus—
Or allow more nuclear or something.
Or allow more nuclear, which we're really excited and bullish on.
Which we've seen the president sign some executive orders to ramp that up in the U.S.
Yeah, to us, it's really a good thing. Like, we think we're in an energy deficit globally. We think there's this tension between trying to find decarbonization efforts, but also have predictable baseload energy. Nuclear to us is a great example. It's going to require a lot of government support. And so making sure that we can understand what's going on from a policy perspective is what's going to drive investment opportunities for us.
I am curious in this fund. I'm just looking at year to date. I think it is up. I'm just looking at here. Is it up about Why am I not seeing this number?
Probably kind of like mid-single digits, call it 7 or 8%. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I just think about in terms of the market volatility that we've been seeing, have you been adding? Have you been subtracting? Like, I'm just curious how, like, moving in and out. How much?
So I'd start with the investor appetite. We've definitely seen a lot of investor interest in infrastructure in particular. Again, uncertainty is really high and folks are looking for ways to get equity-like returns, but with a little bit less volatility. And that's what infrastructure does. Clearly, sort of, there's a lot of news out there on we need more infrastructure development. How do we finance that? And listed companies in particular are benefiting. For us, I'd say we've been somewhat defensively positioned.
Okay,
we think sort of there's concerns around the macroeconomy. Things like freight rail volumes and so forth are a little bit less predictable. So we've definitely moved to, I'd call it like a 4.5 or 5 on a 0 to 10 scale in terms of risk on, risk off, which is just kind of balanced. There's some concerns out there, but we're not super concerned. And we just are trying to find the right stocks and sectors today.
What do you think are the hottest picks within infrastructure if you're looking kind of more within groups or maybe more specific companies that are listed?
Yeah, nuclear to us is really interesting. You know, we invest in the...
Everybody's kind of in on nuclear.
The utilities...
Is it just because of the data? You know, I'm thinking about all of the AI and the data and the energy needs, or was that more... It seemed to kind of supercharge it, if you will, but I'm just curious if it was kind of percolating anyway.
I think that's part of it, but it goes a little bit beyond that, which is, you know, we think the world needs more energy, and we want energy that is, you know, good for the environment. But we also
minus
need
the nuclear waste.
Well, for sure.
We still have to figure that one out.
But we also want it that's predictable and what we call base load. You know, the problem with a lot of renewables is that they're intermittent. And when the sun's not shining, the wind's not blowing, they don't produce power. Guess what? If you're a data center CEO, that's a big problem. You need to make sure that the power can stay on. So nuclear to us is like the one resource that serves both masters. It is decarbonized. Yes, there is the spent uranium we have to deal with, but it's also baseload. It runs at very high capacity factors at very low variable costs. And I think people are saying, hey, we know we need the energy. This is the sort of best of the worst, if you want to think about it that way. Yeah. And that's why it's coming back in vogue.
What about commodity investors? Because I know you're looking at kind of the performance of real assets now versus how they would have been the last decade.
Yeah, we're really excited about the commodity cycle, and we're really excited about the natural resource equity cycle as well. I mean, we've thought about it as we've exited this period of abundance, which was kind of the 2007 to 2020 period, and we've entered what we call the era of scarcity. Generally, demand for commodities and materials is pretty strong. We've underinvested in the supply side for a really long time. Commodity producers, you know, if you can find the right ones that aren't going to sort of miss in terms of their production profiles, they're really cheap. And we think marginal costs for what they produce are going to rise, and that's going to be good for them. So,
who benefits more, Canadian investors or U.S. if you're looking at the commodities aspect?
It really depends on the commodity you're talking about and sort of the investment. Like, for instance, take oil. We're actually pretty bearish oil, but we particularly don't like U.S. shale producers because of the depletion. Right, they see massive declines in volumes every year. We like the Canadian oil sands producers because they produce with a lot less sort of base declines. So generally speaking, the Canadian economy is a lot more commodity centric, but I think you can find good opportunities in both places.
Let's talk about a couple companies you do like in particular, and one of them is TRP, TC Energy Corporation. Tell us about this one.
Yeah, just very broadly speaking, it's an natural gas pipeline company, very predictable. You know, their EBITDA, when they say what it's going to be at the beginning of the year, tends to be what it is at the end of the year.
Right.
We think demand for natural gas is going to keep growing. We think data centers and everything else are going to require more investment in gas pipelines. They've got a really good footprint, and they do own some nuclear assets in Ontario that we think will sort of see some life extensions that could be good for them. But it's a very predictable way to play energy infrastructure across North America.
Canadian company, looks like it's up about almost 9% so far year to date.
Correct.
One last one, got about 30 seconds. Waste Connections, ticker is WCN. This is an American company or U.S. company.
Yeah, it's funny. A lot of people don't necessarily think about environmental services as infrastructure. We think they are. For us, it's about pricing power. It's what businesses...
You got to deal with it. It is part of the infrastructure.
You have to pay the bill, and guess what? They can raise their rates with inflation or better than inflation. So for us, we're always on the hunt for what businesses have pricing power. We've found that in a lot of waste management businesses over time, and that tends to be one that we feel really good from a volume perspective as well.
Yeah, and that name is up almost about 15% year to date.
Wow.
Yeah, I think about this stuff a lot. No, waste is like, unfortunately, it's part of our world, right? Yeah. You got to figure it out. Really good stuff. Thank you so much. Good to see you.
I really appreciate you having me on today.
Yeah. All right. Look forward to next time. Tyler Rosenlicht, he's portfolio manager, head of natural resource equities over at Cohen & Steers, joining us here in our Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. Folks, we're coming up on 10 minutes until we wrap up this trading day. Just up a hair on the S&P 500. And you've got a NASDAQ 100 that's down about 29. Carol Massar, Just Benton, and this is Bloomberg Business Week Daily.
This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Massar and Tim Stenovec on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, yes, indeed, everybody. We are just about 7 minutes away from the closing bell. It's been kind of a wild day. Carol Massar, Jess Metten. Jess is in for Tim. Tim's out on this Friday. But I mean,
keeping us on our toes for sure.
Right? Right?
It's interesting because you look at the S&P 500, just pretty flat for the day, but so much else has been going on. I feel like I've been running around all day.
Yeah, it's not like it's just a flat chart, right?
No.
Like we were down
it's not
a lot
showing the
more.
whole story of today and how busy we've been.
Yeah, welcome to kind of 2025, everybody. Just a reminder. I mean, we had some stress in terms of concerns about U.S.-China, trade tensions again. We had the president tweeting such earlier in today's session, and then we've seen from various events out of the White House that the president might be, we're talking with President Xi that there might be something that happens. So it feels like people are cooling a little bit, but we shall see. We shall see. I just want to get to a story that is the most read on the Bloomberg in the past 60 minutes. Has to do with Jamie Dimon. We all know him well. I feel like he is the voice that largely speaks for Wall Street. He is, I think, the last remaining CEO from the great financial crisis.
That's right.
So when Jamie speaks, we kind of all sit up a little bit straighter. He has warned that a crack in the bond market is going to happen due to the U.S. government and Federal Reserve massively overdoing spending and quantitative easing.
And this is really important just given the fact that when you're looking at U.S. Treasuries, they are on track for their first monthly loss this year. As President Trump's abrupt policy shifts have shaken, obviously, investor confidence, even though we have seen that rebound most recently in the equity market here. So the worry is that, of course, we've talked so much about the budget deficit picked up in May, and that's really tied to a tax cut bill moving through Congress right now, Carol.
Yeah, listen, and to be fair, the longtime boss of the biggest bank in the United States echoed comments he made last month when he said he expects a kerfuffle in the Treasury market that prompts a Fed intervention. At that time, he cited U.S. Bank supplementary leverage ratio. It's something we've talked about with our David Weston here, and other regulations with deep flaws that, if fixed, would allow banks to more actively intermediate. But he's making these comments again at the Reagan National Economic Forum that is underway, because I just don't know if it's going to be a crisis in 6 months or 6 years. And I'm hoping that we change both the trajectory of the debt and the ability of market makers to make markets. Unfortunately, it may be that we need that to wake us up. It's interesting because, once again, we are all focused on rising U.S. debt, the trajectory of that debt. And here we are facing down another, spending bill and tax bill that's just going to go and add more to the debt picture.
It feels like that conversation continues to be ongoing, but even just looking more generally and broadly at banks and how they've performed so far this month, the KBW Bank Index, so BKX is the ticker symbol on that. It's actually up over 8% month to date.
Wow.
So that's on pace for its best month since January. So actually, that looks like, obviously since Trump was inaugurated on January 20th. So looking at that, banks picking up steam after losing some of their luster earlier this year.
I mean, listen, banks have been doing well, right? I think there's been some concerns about whether the rate environment, the economic environment. We haven't seen necessarily M&A coming back as strongly, although we have seen some big deals this year, Jess, but trading volatility can be really beneficial to those firms,
those
right?
trading desks specifically when you're looking at that. So obviously a number of them benefited, as we heard from the more recent earnings reports, but then we'll have another update. Even though it seems like we're past earnings season, still have obviously a lot of consumer packaged good companies that report this week, as well as retailers. But then second quarter earnings season, I mean, that doesn't start until mid-July. So it seems like a far away, but actually not too far away once we get past this next month in June.
Listen, we finish up one and we start another one. And it'll be interesting, too, in the next earnings season, because I think we'll get some resolution, in terms of tariffs and what it really means for companies. And so we'll see what that is, and then we'll get a better idea of the specific impact, right? As everybody kind of continues to hedge or give you a couple of different scenarios about the way forward. Quick check on the markets, folks, as we are just a few minutes away from the closing bell, just up about 8 points on the S&P 500, Dow Jones Industrial Average, a gain of 102 points, and the NASDAQ 100, a gain of about 14 points. We're seeing some buying, or we have seen some buying into the close and near our best levels of the session. Do not go anywhere. Jess and I heading over to our TV colleagues. We're going to count you down to the close on this Friday. The closing bell starts right now.
The Closing Bell, Bloomberg's comprehensive cross-platform coverage of the U.S. market close, starts right now.
And right now, we are 2 minutes away from the end of the trading day. Romaine Bostick alongside Scarlett Fu, taking you through to the closing bell. Joining us right now for our global simulcast is none other than Jess Menton. Alex Steele has the day off. Oh, and there is Carol Nasser as well, as we welcome our audiences across our Bloomberg platforms,
Are you feeling
television,
outnumbered,
radio,
Romaine? 'Cause
our
you
partnership
should.
with YouTube, Jess Menton, here on a momentous end of the month here, last trading day in the month of May.
I mean, I'm going to let Jess put it into perspective, but I'm just going to say for the month, I'm just looking at
Not
those.
now, though, right? You're going to
In a second,
okay.
I'm going to set her up. I'm going to tee her up. The major industry groups in the S&P 500, 10 of the 11 are higher. Infotech up about 11% for the month overall, Jess.
All right, and just looking at the size and scope here, S&P not only on pace for its best month since November 2023, but if you look at it, up over 6% this month. So basically, it's about to notch its best gain for May specifically since 1990, holding on to this rate at 4 p.m., guys.
Do you know what I said? I asked if she was born back then. I was like...
I definitely was alive in 1990.
You're so seasoned, you know the
I have a
markets,
youthful
but I
glow.
was just curious.
So this raises the question of what happens next. I feel like we've run out of some immediate catalysts. We're waiting for progress on the big, beautiful bill. We are waiting for the Fed, of course, but they're not going to do anything. We're waiting for the jobs report, but it's all going to be fairly incremental. What's the next catalyst?
Well, you have, of course, obviously that big Fed meeting. Don't forget all of these dates when it comes to Trump's tariffs, which I've been trying to catalog all of them, and it's kind of dizzying. And don't forget also, guess what? Congress, or at least the Senate, coming back from vacation and now going to deal with that big, beautiful something.
That'll take a while.
We'll see if they can deal with that. But the market for right now, taking it in stride. Fractional gains and losses across the board on the day, but that really belies what was a relatively strong week and an even stronger month of May. The Dow Jones Industrial Average is going to finish out the day only fractionally higher by, we'll just call it about 0.1%, but it's still sitting on a sizable gain of about 4% for the month of May. The S&P 500 unchanged on the day, but adding about 1% on the week and more than 6% in May. The NASDAQ Composite down 3%, 0.3% on the day, but 10% for the month. The NASDAQ 100 up 0.9%. And as far as your small and mid caps go, we should point out the Russell 2000 fractionally lower on the day, but it did add about 5% in the month of May. The S&P equal weighted index adding about 4% in the month of May, and the mid caps, Carol, adding about 5% in the month of May.
Yeah, pretty significant. All right, folks. And if you look at the S&P 500 in today's session, kind of an even split, some bouncing around in terms of the overall index. But Scarlett, you've got 259 names to the upside, 243 to the downside.
All right, let's take a look at the IMAP and show you how it breaks down in terms of the 11 sectors in the S&P 500. And two groups finishing up by better than 1%. Consumer staples and utilities, those are your classic defensive sectors. It's where investors go to when they seek shelter and seek some stability. Communication services ending with a 0.5% advance. As for the sectors in the red, energy lower by 0.75%, consumer discretionary, and tech also in the red.
All right, a lot of red and green there. Let's get to some individual gainers. Ulta on that list, up more than 16% at its highs today, finishing the day with about a 12% gain. Intraday, it was up, I think, the most since 2020. Number one gainer in the S&P 500. The company coming out, boosting its full-year profit outlook. And it also talked about comp sales were also higher than expected, and talking about the last quarter. And analysts kind of flagging some of the strong execution at the company.
I'm absolutely fascinated by this. I mean, because remember yesterday you had e.l.f. rally like
Yes.
20-something%, also in the beauty space here.
Yes.
Is this the play?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I think when people are feeling a little crunched, they call this what? Kind of a small little spending you can do to kind of get some pleasure. So
something to make you feel good.
Yeah.
That doesn't necessarily cost a whole lot to do here.
Yeah. Right? Yeah. Like, but some of this stuff's expensive, so I don't know what a little luxury it is. Costco. Let's also stay in the retail space. This is the number 4 gainer in the NASDAQ 100, folks, up about 3%. Company posted third quarter earnings per share that beat the average analyst estimate. Company talking about navigating some of the tariffs out there and the economic turbulence by flexing its scale and devoted. Following it, it is looking at some potential price changes on its item-by-item basis. So,
Scarlett. Yeah. It was so funny. I was looking at their earnings report, and you look at the growth rate. Did you know that like 6 percentage points of that growth rate was from the Scarlet Fu household?
I believe it.
Yeah.
I buy in bulk for everything.
She does.
Also, Lisa Mateo on the surveillance. She's there, I think, regularly. E-commerce sales were growing about 16%. Hey, one more, Palantir Technologies. This is the #2 gainer in both the S&P and the NASDAQ 100, guys. It's up almost 8% in today's session. This after the New York Times reported that the Trump administration has expanded the data analysis software companies' work across the federal government in recent months. By the way, Palantir has received more than $113 million in federal government spending since the president took office. This again, the New York Times reporting, citing some public records. All right, Jess, over to you.
Moving over and looking at those decliners, as Carol is talking about too. So I'm going to start off with GAP, ticker symbol GAP, because it dropped actually 20%.
Aren't you glad they finally changed their ticker, Jess?
It's actually much easier now, so I appreciate that. And also down, so 20% loss. I mean, this has erased its gains for the year and also its worst day actually since early April. So that, maybe not surprisingly, unfortunately came as that tariff hit warning that it gave it weakness at its smaller brands, when it's talking about some of those other ones too. Banana Republic is one of them too, but they talked about how it could have an impact as much as $300 million from that tariff impact, and revealed some of that stubborn weakness there. Moving over and looking also at the biggest decliner though in the S&P 500, Regeneron, REGN is the ticker symbol, down 19%, its worst day since April 2011 there. So this actually came after a drug trial missed the mark here, in 2 late trial drugs here, experimental, specifically when it's going on and not meeting those goals as far as what's happening there. And Sanofi also had as far as when it's looking at its smokers' lung drug trial data, unfortunately coming in not as good as expected. And then wanted to end on contact lens maker Cooper Companies, ticker symbol COO. That actually was the second worst performer in the S&P 500, down almost 15%, worst day since November 2008. That actually came after it cut its outlook for organic growth for the year. And the company, even though it reported better than expected earnings results for the second quarter, but did see a guidance downgrade, and also specifically by JP Morgan, guys. So that's pressuring the shares.
Hey, pop quiz for you, Jess. So Regeneron, second biggest decliner in the S&P 500 in the month of May. What was the #1 decliner?
In the S&P 500 for this month, let's see. I don't know. It surprised me.
United Health.
United Health, of course.
Yeah, of course.
You can use the MOV function and look at it on a monthly basis.
I'll always be selling, Jess. Yields. No, that's me. Sorry. I'm always looking for Alex Steele, who's, of course, has a well-deserved day off here. You take a look at the yield picture here. Slight moves lower here on the day, but we talk a lot here about the first big decline that we've seen on a price basis, on a monthly basis, I should say, for the U.S. Treasury market. Of course, we had 3 straight months where we did see a rally, and, of course, that being pushed back a little bit. And, of course, we talk about that inverse correlation. Gene Tenuzo, our guest on TV just a little while, that inverse correlation returning between stocks and bonds, a healthy sign, according to him.
All right. Don't know if there's going to be a song written about this, but big day for Taylor Swift. She has actually bought back her early albums. She has been on a crusade for many, many years, a fight with her former record label, also with music manager Scooter Braun, about the selling many years ago of her songs. And she owns the music. She wrote it, but her songs, the original recordings, were sold, and she's been trying to kind of get them back. She's also been re-recording them.
No, this is a big deal, especially for anyone who's been paying attention to those Taylor versions in recent years here. So big news coming out of this for her.
Yeah, so my question is, are we still going to have Taylor versions on Spotify and the other streamers?
That's a great question.
What should we listen to?
Yeah, I don't know. Are they materially different? You know, somebody who doesn't listen to a lot of Taylor Swift, but I am intrigued just by the business of this, right? I mean, we talked a lot when she was doing those re-recordings as to why she even would have to do that. And we all know, of course, with a lot of these record contracts, particularly when these are young artists coming in, they kind of sign their life away and not quite noting it. And we won't get into some of the shenanigans that Scooter Braun has alleged to have pulled in that as well. But the idea that she had the clout and obviously the money to be able to sort of reclaim all of this stuff for herself, I mean, it is a victory not just for her, but you wonder if it might set a precedent for other artists out there as well.
Yeah, something Reba McEntire actually had done in the past, and Kelly Clarkson had brought it up, and I think that's what spurred Taylor Swift to doing it.
It's her property. I mean, it's her creative property, right?
I want to know what she spent. I want to know what she spent.
Yeah, I do too.
She didn't share how much she paid to, get all the ownership back, but she did say that she now controls all of her life's work. So we're talking about photography, album art, videos, and unreleased songs, in addition to the master recordings.
And she's working on a new music as well too. So, which I assume she also.
2026?
I assume she also
2027.
owns.
Wait.
And I think that it's safe to say that there's some cachet from the original recordings, right? She can re-record them and re-release them, but there's something about, as she was growing in her career, right, to have ownership of that. I think there's a lot of value.
Jess, what's your favorite Taylor Swift song?
Oh my goodness. I feel like I'm going to say album instead. I feel like I do really like the Reputation album in general. I know it was a little bit different than some of her other albums, but then also 1989 I feel like is always a popular one too.
What about you, Scarlett?
I like Love Story. That's my favorite song.
What about you, Romaine?
That one where she cursed a lot on the Midnights thing, that was pretty cool.
I was taking you for a folklore kind of guy, but I guess I was...
Right, yeah.
I like Taylor. I like listening to her.
All right, guys, that's a wrap. Maybe we'll listen to some Taylor into the weekend. That is a wrap. Our cross-platform radio, TV, YouTube, Bloomberg Originals. We call it the closing bell. Scarlett and Romaine continuing on TV, and Jess and I right here on Bloomberg Business Week Daily. We'll see.
This is Bloomberg
Our coverage
Business
continues.
Week Daily, reporting from the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead, with insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy, plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Masser and Tim Stenivek, live on Bloomberg Radio, television, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals.
All right, everybody, we continue on Bloomberg Business Week Daily. Carol Masser along with Jess Metton. Tim is off on this Friday. Now, every day, as you know, more on President Trump's tariffs push, including today with the administration ramping it up on China again, and then the president saying from the Oval Office that he does hope to work something out with President Xi. We've had attacks on U.S. higher education, most notably Harvard this week. Retail earnings, a partnership between United and JetBlue, some economic data. Elon kind of out of the White House. Just a few things on our mind today and really for the week overall. There's more. Putting it all into perspective while focusing on those longer-term trends and stories that really will impact the greater world longer term, the investors, too, that need to be aware of all of it, is the team over at Bloomberg Wall Street Week, headed by host David Weston. He joins us now here in studio, the show ready to hit air at 6 p.m. Wall Street time on radio and TV. David, another week, a lot going on. I want to start with some airline news because we did have, United and JetBlue, this kind of far-reaching partnership and getting access to some of their gates at different airports. It made us think about kind of what's been going on at Newark in a big way.
Exactly. United at Newark actually has had a lot of troubles because of the air traffic control problems. We've had some real incidents that are pretty darn scary, including with the communications going down. So one of the things we wanted to look at was air traffic control because the Secretary of Transportation now says he's going to fix it. And we want to know what was involved in fixing it. And by the way, why hasn't it already been fixed?
Yeah.
Why does it take this to get it going?
Right.
And it turns out there's a lot of different reasons. We talked to Elaine Chao, who's the former Secretary of Transportation, who has a view about structural changes that need to happen that she tried to start when she was Donald Trump's first Secretary of Transportation. But we also thought we'd just talk to a regular old air traffic controller, somebody who'd done it for a lot of years and was an officer in one of the air traffic control. He now teaches, actually, done at the Embry-Riddle Aeronautical University. You know that one in Daytona Beach, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So this is Michael McCormick and what he had to say to try to lay out how big a project it is to fix air traffic control.
I'm curious to hear
like
just
changing the tire on a bus while the bus is rolling down the road. You can't shut down the air traffic control system to upgrade it or to fix it. You need to be able to keep the system up and running while you deploy new technology and you upgrade old equipment. Fixing the FAA's air traffic control system requires a very structured, very formalized approach to what is going to be done, when is it going to be done, how is it going to be integrated into the current system, and then how is it going to be waterfalled or to the rest of the air traffic control facilities across the country. So it's not going to be an overnight, and it's not going to be simple.
So he, for me, is like central casting of an air traffic controller.
Totally.
I mean, totally measurable.
That's very
But let me tell you something. He did not tell me, and I found out afterwards by really searching for him. He was in charge of the New York region on 9/11, and he's one of the first people who got word from the flight coming down from Boston that something was wrong.
Wow.
He called the tower at Newark and said, watch out for this airplane. It's coming down the Hudson. It might try to land in the Hudson. And the air traffic controller said it just hit the North Tower. He was the guy in charge.
Oh,
to give you a sense of what these people have to put up with in terms of stress. But he really laid out, it's an elaborate process. They've been trying to update. It takes time, but we shouldn't expect it to happen overnight.
I can't even imagine just how emotionally impactful to have a job like that. And I was curious too, just in general, if people are stopping flying. I mean, I flew last week to go on an international trip to Portugal, but I decided to fly out of JFK instead of Newark. So I'm wondering, in your interviewing, what perspective are you hearing?
It's interesting. I mean, one of the things I must say, everybody emphasized, Mike McCormick did, Elaine Chao did, other people we talked to, was it is safe. And in fact, if there's a question of being safe, what they'll do is cut back on the flights. Because part of the problem is there's been such a dramatic increase in flights, and that's what they've done at Newark. I mean, the problem with Newark, I think, at this point is not so much, I don't know, but I think safety. It's just there may be more delays because there are fewer flights because they've cut it down.
I've driven past and I've seen the planes kind of lined up, like waiting to take off in terms of the delays. I go back to what you started with. It's like, why is this all of a sudden coming to fruition? We've seen the pictures of the crowded airspace, especially in like the New York metro area.
We interviewed a woman from GAO, Government Accounting Office, who did a report to Congress on this about 2 or 3 years ago, saying it is not sustainable. And I must say, everyone said the air traffic controllers are wonderful. There are not nearly enough of them.
Right.
But they're wonderful and they're real professional. But the problem actually a lot has to do with funding. Because what happens because of Congress, it's in fits and starts. And to do one of this, you can't do it in a year. You can't do it in 2 years. You need a steady stream of funding. And you can see what's going on right now.